Hi everyone, good evening. Kamusta po kayong lahat?
Good evening, Kelly.
Hi Ma'am Luz. Si Teacher Cherry nagbubuhat ng nag, nag-gym.
Ano yun, Kelly?
Teacher Cherry? Ay, sorry. Nakamute pala ako. Hello?
Good evening sa lahat.
Good evening.
Kumusta po kayong lahat?
Okay lang kami na lahat. Baka may gusto pong mag-lead ng prayer po. Show record.
Recording in progress.
Hi Jade. How are you?
I'm
Winnie,
doing good.
can you sing for us? Good evening, Sir Chris.
I don't have a talent in singing, Kelly.
You have your voice is like I can't recall the name of the singer. Sino po pala gustong mag-lead ng prayer tonight? Lapit na 7.
Ako na lang, Kelly.
Sige po. Sige po, Teacher Cherry.
Okay, let us pray. Dear Lord, thank you for the gift of learning, opportunity to grow in knowledge. Please clear our minds and help us focus on our studies. Guide us to understand, remember, and use what we learn wisely. Grant us patience, diligence, and calm our heart. May everything we do bring honor to you. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. So thank you so much po for the prayer, Cherry. Sir Chris, you have announcement po, no? For the business tax. Pero konti pa lang tayo.
Sige lang. I think we can wait for a few more minutes, Kelly. Pinduhan muna kayo. Nag-note lang din ako ng mga discuss i-cover ko tonight.
Okay po. Kumusta pala yung program?
Kelly, ang tagal na nating di nagkikita.
Ang layo kasi ng office tsaka bahay eh.
Very long distance na.
Oo, mga 5 hakbang lang. Kumusta yung event ni ni Teacher Cherry?
Anong event yan?
Ay, yung yung celebration, ano ba yun?
Birthday ng husband ko.
Opo.
Ay, hindi ako naka-attend nung business tax preparation.
Malayo ba yung yung venue?
Hindi naman event, kumain lang sa labas.
Bakit
Nag-gym din pala kayo, Teacher Cherry, no?
Nag?
Nag-gym?
Hindi, kaka-start ko lang kasi yung asawa ko, siya ang mahilig mag-gym, siya ang health conscious. Sinama niya lang ako, pinagbigyan ko lang si birthday niya.
Grabe, binuhat yung 100 kilos.
Pero naumpisahan na eh, wag ko na daw i-ano. Kaya nga,
Oo.
unti-unti, pag may free time, sabi ko, pagising pa ako ng umaga, sasama ko siya. Pero pag hindi ko na kaya, tutulugan ko na siya.
Tuloy-tuloy mo lang po yan. Grabe buhat mo yung 100 kilos. Sure.
Hindi ko kaya yun.
Ang laki yung maso.
7 na, unti pa rin natin. Tahimik yata si King.
Hello, King. Your Highness.
Yeah. Sorry, King. Kelly, are we live sa YouTube and Facebook?
Live po tayo, sir.
Live
All over the
pala tayo.
world.
All right, I think we can start. Anyway, this is recorded, right? The session is recorded.
Yes, it's recorded.
All righty. Good evening,
Or
guys.
ano ko na lang muna siguro, sir. I-announce ko sa kanila na open ang link, open ang Zoom.
Yeah, if you can. Yeah, para din mas dumami tayo tonight.
Yep.
I need some brain cells tonight. Let's brainstorm on how we're gonna approach the this tax prep course. Learning from the past experiences we've had, the past few, ilang months na tayo? June, July, August, September, October. 4.5 months. Grabe na. June, July, August, September. 4.5 na nga. Sino dito ang 4.5 months na din with BA? Maybe sa iba dito mas longer pa. Kasi I think I started offering course, I think October last year. So mag 1 year na ang borderless accountant. But the free courses, we started May 31st, yung overview natin. Guys, show naman kayo ng mga faces. Si Cherry lang ata ang nag-share. Iba kasi pag nakakita niyo yung kausap niyo, right? Like, I don't know. It just brings a different feeling when like you see people's reaction through their eyes or their gestures. Yun lang naman sa willing, Wala naman tayong judgment here, right? Like, kung nga wala pa akong ligo, kakagising ko lang actually. I just have to go to 7-Eleven, bili ako ng oats, pour the hot water on it, and then kape, right? That's how I'm starting my day today. Ayun, no, I can see your beautiful faces. Diba? Dito ko nakakita dito ko nakakita yung mga age range nyo, diba? Kasi minsan nagugulat na lang tayo, meron pala tayong maraming dual citizens, diba? Akala natin mga high school students pa yung mga members ng BA. Just kidding. But yeah, it's good to see faces before names, right? Ako din before, I don't really like showing my video on camera when I'm in a meeting. Kasi dati, participant lang din naman ako. So, I don't really give so much care about showing my face. But eventually kasi, you'll come to a point na ikaw na yung mag-host ng meeting, right? You become the leader or the manager or someone in charge. Doon mo na-appreciate yung iba pa rin talaga pala pag nakakita mo yung kausap mo, right? Or the people that you're leading or speaking to, because then you can get this sense of accomplishment na you're getting your message across, right? Because like you can see their reactions, their body language, or maybe body language. And it almost feels like you're talking to them personally, right? As opposed to like seeing empty profile, empty or an avatar that's just like moving weird and all are similar, right? You're like talking to yourself, right? It's again, it's a different feeling. And I understand for those ayaw or hindi pa comfortable because I was once there, right? I was once there. But you will get to a point na kayo naman yung magli-lead, you will probably lead your own team. Again, it's a different feeling and a different connection yung na-experience niyo when you see the people that you're talking to, right? And it also kind of compels you to stay focused, right? Kasi kung hindi, walang video, you tend to like do a lot of things on the side, right? And then somehow you lose focus, you lose that moment na sana ay may connection kayo ng speaker, ng mga classmates niyo, or whatever it is that's being covered during the live or during the session, right? So I'm just saying this that, you know, I really appreciate those who show their faces on video. And I also understand those who don't kasi may mga reasons then like, you know, again, nagmo-multitask. Yung iba naman are probably in the office and yung iba have an issue with the band of their internet, right?
Okay lang po yan.
Yung baby mo, Kelly.
Cute.
All right.
Huwag kang maingay, baby.
All right. So again, good evening sa lahat. Marami na tayo. And I'm glad to be back, right? After a grueling tax season, now I can finally say the tax season is finally over. The tax season of 2025 has finally come to an end, right? So that was the most intense tax season I have ever experienced in my life. So far, right? And I don't want to do it again. When I say I don't want to do it again, that means I don't mean to say I'm quitting, right? I just mean that we will have to do things differently next year, right? Because this year we were pretty unorganized. Everything was new. And you will also encounter this as you go along when you're preparing or reviewing a tax return and it's for the first time because everything's going to look new, right? You'll have to start from scratch and you'll have to understand the situation on tax client. But if it's like your second year already in the same firm or you're engaging with a tax client for the second time around, it's not going to be that difficult anymore because you already are familiar with the tax situation, the tax forms, and most importantly, in the tax software, you already have comparatives. So you can go back to previous year, see how the documents were entered, and then you can just replicate that on the next year's tax software, right? So that's where experience can really be very helpful for you. So if you work with one firm, as much as possible, stay with the firm for several years, right? If not, you know, i-aim nyo maging partner. So
Recording in progress.
Wala po.
all right, which is I think perfect. Kasi papalapit na tayo sa exciting part. Monday, as announced by Zara in our social media platforms, we're gonna start the business tax prep. And I got few stuff listed, and I'd like to get your inputs as well. And we'll have today as sort of a brainstorming session so I can get from you inputs on how we can make the course an even better experience for you guys, right? And also Zara sent a Google form that you can also fill out if you have suggestions that you are not comfortable sharing right now, or if you're watching this on replay. Please also feel free to share your suggestion in that Google form so that we can take that into account before we launch the course on Monday. And I will go through my list one at a time very, very shortly. Before the tax prep course, though, on Monday, we'll have an overview, and we'll have it on Saturday at, I think she's scheduled it at 4 p.m. So Saturday, because I think people will be available and we don't want to make it on a Sunday. So Saturday will be the overview, and we'll have Sunday as a free day. Again, if it's a free day, everyone can just come into the Zoom and do whatever you feel like doing, okay? So that overview happening on at 4 p.m. We have created few materials. Sarah already shared some of those in the social media platforms yesterday, and few guys can share those so that more people can join us. And I have also been sharing the same things to LinkedIn, because the LinkedIn you can get connections, right? And I have been discovering LinkedIn, and I've been loving it. You should also do the same thing if you're starting to get if you want to get your feet wet in terms of tax bookkeeping. LinkedIn is a place to go as well to get direct clients. So build connections. I know Melissa is there, she's very active. I think Jeng is also there. Nicholas is also there. I see a lot of you there in LinkedIn. You may want to, for those who are not yet in LinkedIn, think of optimizing your profile, start to build connections, because that's what I've been doing. I'm starting to share this and build connections with like CPAs, EAs for two reasons. One reason is that we want to invite them to our course as well, especially if they're already are experienced tax preparers, so that we can show them, or we can share with them other opportunities for further learning. And then maybe we can introduce to them an idea of, or introduce to them the community, right? So that if they're employed and they need tax preparers on their team or bookkeepers on their team, then they know where to go to get referrals, right? And then another thing is that we're pushing, I'm encouraging these practitioners to consider doing their own practice, meaning they have their own client, right? And if they have their own client, then they can outsource those clients to you guys, to some of you, right? So that's the goal. Why I make it a point to start looking at LinkedIn as a way that we can grow the community even more, right? Who guys here are on LinkedIn? We can connect, right? I've been accepting connection requests, and for some of you na familiar ako and nakakita ko yung profile ni sa LinkedIn, I also send connections, right? And maybe I'm even thinking starting next week, I'll ask either Melody or someone in the team to manage the LinkedIn account. Kasi every Monday pala, sabi ni Ging to, when you send connections kasi sa LinkedIn, may maximum number siya, may limit siya per week, right? So you can only send a maximum number of connections per week. And Jeng said that for you to be able to maximize that connection, do it on a Monday, right? Do it on a Monday. And what I've been doing is like whenever I have free time lang, right? So I don't have a lot of free time, so I'm not able to maximize that. So I'm gonna ask the team to manage the my personal LinkedIn account, because another opportunity that I saw in LinkedIn is internship for you guys, right? So there are connections I've made with CPA firm owners or mga enrolled agents, and they may be able to provide internship opportunities for you as well, or maybe even employment, right? So if they see our course, what we're doing, they get curious, and then we get acquainted, then maybe that could open opportunities for you as well. So marami sa LinkedIn. And the good thing about LinkedIn is that the profiles there are legit. Like most of it are legit, right? So there are practitioners, or some of them are even business owners or entrepreneurs. Right, so that's for our promotional item. If you can share those, would be very, very happy. I would be very, very happy. And in fact, I've already asked kina Sam Kendall maybe to add or to make some recording to help us promote the course as well. And then I'm also gonna ask them to record like a 3-minute video just to share a bit about the accounting landscape in the US nowadays, so that that also gives or that would also give encouragement to every one of you to continue going, right? Because you need to have a reassurance that you're headed to the right direction, right? If your goal is really US tax and accounting. Right. So that's it about for the overview. I'm also thinking, I know Zara already sent the Zoom link for the overview. I already talked to her earlier. Maybe she needs to look into changing that Zoom link to make it like a webinar format. So webinar kasi the last time we had overview, yung iba hindi nakapasok, right? Because there was maximum of, I think, 500 lang. Sorry. Yeah, I had to pay about 4,000 pesos on the spot to get the limit to maximum of 1,000. And also, share ko lang din sa inyo. Di ba recorded yung ano natin, overview session, and then we uploaded that in YouTube. So may mga may nakapanood, and then napanood nila yung portion na nagsasapawan kayo, some of you, right? Kasi masyadong na-excite. And nagko-comment yung mga nanonood sa YouTube na sana naman hindi sila one at a time daw magsalita. And then yeah, I had to reply na yeah, that was just for that day. Na-excite lang yung mga tao, right? But after that naman, hindi naman na tayo nag-ano, diba? We had a better decorum naman after that. But yeah, that's the goal. If we can do a webinar format on Saturday, maybe Kelly, you can also explore the webinar functionality of Zoom. I have never done a webinar hosting before, so that's also going to be new to me. But the good thing with the webinar is it's more controlled, right? It's more controlled, and the questions that you can prepare your questions at a time, and someone can take care of those questions while the webinar is going on or ongoing. Right. Any questions on the overview so far? Clarification, reactions? So again, that's happening on Saturday, 4 to 6 p.m. And kayo na bahala if you're gonna continue with the 7 p.m. session. Up to you guys, but I need to rest after that. And even as a matter of fact, I'm intending for that webinar to be shorter than 2 hours if wala naman masyadong questions. All right. If my questions kayo comments, just type it in the chat box, okay? And now we're headed to our brainstorming for the best tax prep. So we are more organized starting Monday. we will come up with a G sheet. So you guys can put your names there for the prayer leaders. So we'll have a date and then sino magli-lead ng prayer on that date, right? And sino din magko-close. Like I would say, sinong nag-open, siya na din mag-close siguro, ano. So hindi na tayo kailangan magtawag ng name or mag-wait ng volunteer. So pagka-start pa lang, ready na. You know what I mean? We're more organized and then we start on the dot. You know what I mean? We start, pag sinabi natin 7, start tayo ng 7, right? Hindi tayo magsa-start ng, we want to promote punctuality here, discipline, right? That's what borderless accountant is for. We're not just for competence building, but also soft skills building, and discipline is one, right? You show up on time, not when they say 7, you're there at 7, not 7:05, not 7:10, and we say we start at 7, we really start at 7. You get what I mean? And that's something that we are not practicing. And if we do that, that makes us different from others, right? Na ay, pag sinabing 7-7 talaga sila, right? And that becomes a cultural thing. So we want to promote that in this community. And then a new new thing that I'm thinking of doing is we'll do a 10-minute recap, no, of what happened the previous day. So recap nung nangyari kahapon, and then we will ask for someone to do it, right? Someone else, hindi ako, someone else in the team, and then we'll also make that as part of the list, right? So sino yung mag-volunteer to do the recap para handa na rin siya come up with material that he or she can present on that day that he is doing a recap for. And then another thing that I'd like to introduce starting on Monday is a quote for the day, right? Another volunteer. So another volunteer will share a quote for the day, like a quote that strikes you the most or a quote that you follow all your life. Like in my case, the quote that I have in my head all the time is that I know a lot of things, but one thing I know is that I don't know everything, right? Because it encapsulates really, I'm hungry for knowledge, I'm hungry for information, but I cannot know everything, right? So it keeps my feet on the ground because I just cannot know everything, although I know a lot, right? And would like for someone to also share one for each day. And then maximum lang natin siguro 5 minutes para hindi na naman kainin yung buong oras mag-share why he or she loves the quote, right? So just share the quote and then now tell us a little bit of information why you like the quote or why that quote resonate with you. So with that said, that means in every day, meron tayong 3 volunteers, right? So 1 volunteer for the prayer, 1 volunteer for the recap, and 1 volunteer for the quote. Or pwede naman, kung ikaw na yung nag-lead ng prayer and if you feel like you are gonna be the quote share for the day and then the recapper for today, pwede din naman yun, right? But I would want a different person each day because that's how I get to know each one of you. You know what I mean? That's how I get to know each one of you. Kasi sa dami natin, and ngayon nga, nagbo-bookkeeping tayo, 100 plus tayo ngayon. And sometimes umaabot tayo na more than 100. Pag nag-business tax prep tayo, baka mas marami pa, right? And it would be almost impossible to get to know you, to know everyone. You know what I mean? And this is also an opportunity for each one of you to, get yourselves known. You get what I'm saying? You get what I'm saying? Sasabihin na naman ni Zara, Sir Chris, ilimit mo yung, you know what I'm saying? Tsaka right? Because she has to delete that a lot of times. Right? And I'm being conscious about it. Question so far on those. Are we good? Do you find that initiative good? Do you think you're up for the challenge of being a recapper for the day and the quote share for the day?
Challenge accepted.
I love that.
As
Yeah, so
always, Miss Alma.
it's good, right?
Active.
Thank you, Alma. So, and then guys, if you have anything that you want to add, let me know. Okay, so I'm just going through my list at this point. Another thing is that the recording, right? So we have experience in the past where ang record, may mga session tayo sa individual tax app na hindi na record. It's most of it my fault, right? Most of it my fault. But this time around, we want the recorded, we want each session to be recorded, right? So I'm not sure how to go about this, but maybe we can have like a backup recording, right? So my recording in BA, which is gonna be saved through the cloud, which Zara is gonna edit to upload in YouTube. But we may need a backup recording. So maybe, I don't know, Kelly, Jade, if you can explore another way that we can record, or a participant can record it and save it on their own computer, just so we have a backup. And then also we want to make sure that everybody is aware, like everybody's checking once the session starts na nakahit yung record button, right? Kasi minsan masyado tayong na-excite, nakakalimutan natin mag-record. Or minsan kasi napopause yung recording, right? Kasi what I experienced in the past, I would come in very early and then I would pause the recording. And then pagka-start na, pag nag-start na yung session, nakakalimutan ko nang i-resume yung recording. So that happened like a couple of times, or maybe even more than that. So Chris, every time nagsalita ka ng right, ginagaya ko palagi ng Spanish husband ko. Sabi niya right.
All right.
That's funny, Belle. Jonah, hi Chris, you can also have a tech tip for the day. I got this from my client during our weekly meeting. We have tech tips, which are very helpful. Most of the time we have this aha moment, simple shortcut thing, right? Yeah, I like this, Jonah. Maybe Excel tip, or a Zoom tip, or anything like that. I like that. Kasi diba, we work in a virtual setting, and a lot of things are involving technologies, right? And we use Excel a lot, we use CRM a lot, we use several tax software. So a tech tip would be nice. Yeah. Another like 5-minute session maximum lang. So you can go shorter than 5 minutes, or just don't go beyond 5 minutes. Like my favorite formula in Excel would be sum ifs. That's my all-time favorite, right? Maybe VLOOKUP too. But sum if for me is like my go-to formula. And I'd like to share that, right? Or like I've probably shown that with you in our previous sessions of bookkeeping, and it really helps me a lot. Another thing, like Zoom recording, right? Zoom, you can record in the cloud or using your local computer, right? So actually just 10 seconds or less. Yeah, I think, yeah. I like this, Jonah. I think, yeah, 5 minutes may be too long too. But if you feel like you want to show your screen and share with us how it's done, maybe you can take more than 5 minutes. But if it's like just a shortcut, and then maybe you can show a pre-recorded session, or maybe share a TikTok video, or short reels, short or reel that you feel like you would want to share with the team. That's gonna be very lovely. I think it's best to assign one particular participant to record, a participant who can join daily. Yeah, the one who can join daily, that's me for sure. Kelly too. But again, I'm a very forgetful person. You would already know that by now. Kung pwede daw, may knock-knock, who's there, Joe? Yeah, I think, yeah, if you guys are into Joe, ako kasi I don't have humor in my body. But I like, si Arnold ba yung nagsishare ng mga jokes sa community?
si boss.
Yeah, maybe you guys can do a short, like in the middle of the session, we just take a pause, have our coffee break, water break, and then someone can pitch in a knock-knock joke. Why not, right? Just to keep the mood lighter, lalo na kapag nagiging intense na yung discussion. It would be nice to have an icebreaker because again, we would already know me by now, yung humor ko sobrang dry, right? Sobrang dry. I don't think I even have humor in my body. Although, already I like comedy TV shows. Friends, my ultimate favorite. I just enjoy their humor too, but I don't think I can crack a joke. Right. That is well taken. Chat. Good suggestion. So maybe just spontaneously, yeah, right? Like icebreaker, sino gusto mag-knock-knock. And then so before we start the lesson proper, again, we have a list of prayer leaders, recapper, quote for the day, and then tech tip share. Yung tech tip, optional na lang kung sinong gusto mag-share in that day. Just make sure that you have your name listed on that G sheet. I will share with you guys the G sheet later para again ma-fill in yung mga names niyo doon. And then for the lesson proper, still, we're going to use Gleim. So sundin natin yung structure ng Gleim para then yung theory, makover na natin. Then the practical experience, I will share with you. Then maybe we may invite other speakers as well who's been doing business returns already. I talked to Kendall and she's game for it. Maybe we'll invite other tax preparers na nag-offer ng course like maybe Randy. If he can join us as a guest. And I know Ryan would also like to talk about QBid, which is very applicable for business returns. Yeah, so Gleim, and don't worry about Gleim, guys, because we're offering the course for free. Ang copyright naman nung Gleim, if you look at the copyright section ng Gleim, they're allowing for their materials to be distributed for as long as for educational purposes only, right? And what we're doing is purely educational lang naman, right? We're not, offering our course for a fee. So yeah, kasi may iba nag-reach out sa akin, which is, I find it very touching then that they were concerned because we're sharing it in YouTube and we have Gleim there as a resource material for our individual tax prep. And yeah, I replied to them that okay naman, allowed naman tayo ng Gleim to share their materials for as long as it's, again, purely educational. In fact, we are promoting pa nga, diba, Gleim? Because eventually when you take the EA exam, you may want to purchase a Gleim resource of your own. Kasi doon sa practice exam, I'm sure everybody who's been attending Cherry and Shawnee's EA review, it helps if you have your own kasi nasa store ni Gleim yung progress mo, right? And it's able to assess with the use of AI, able to assess yung strength kung saan ka strong na topics na and saan ka pa weak, right? And that's what I love about when with Gleim when I was studying because what I've been doing, and I've shared this to a few of you, is that I will just watch the video, right? I'm not even I didn't even read a single PDF file dun sa Gleim material. So nanonood lang ako ng video. And then after ng video, I will answer the questions na, right? And then I would never jump from one lesson to another unless naka 75% ako dun sa quiz na yun for that topic, right? That was like my personal gatekeeper. So pinuulit-ulit ko lang siya. Okay lang, minsan nagpo-45 ako, minsan nga mas mababa pa sa 45. But that's okay, right? And then the system then remembers kung saan kang topic already good na. And then yung questions niya, hindi niya na inuulit yung, or wala na siyang question na binibigay related to the topic that you're already good at. But marami siyang binibigay sa yung questions related to topics na hindi ka pa really solid, right? So my personal experience was that yung credits, so as soon as I got to credits, ang mga quizzes nun related na lahat almost sa credits kasi nga nagfa-flunk ako lagi sa credits, right? Kasi marami kang tinatandaan sa pagdating sa credits, may computation involved. And so, but that helped me a lot, right? Because then I knew that my weakness was credits. So days before the exam, inaral ko talaga lahat ng credits, lahat ng questions on credits. Inaral ko, bumili pa nga ako isang software na puro questions lang para ma-practice ko yung sarili ko sa areas where I'm weak at, right? And so that's the advantage if you have your own account, right? Because it remembers your own personal strength and weaknesses as that relates to the topics in the enrolled agent na material, right? So that's for the lesson proper. And then regarding schedule, so we're gonna keep the 7 to 9 p.m. schedule. However, diba dati ginagawa natin until Saturday, Sundays tayo, right? Walang pahinga, grabe. But this time we're gonna take a rest. We're gonna take a break. So Saturday and Sunday will be rest days. We're not gonna be conducting a class on Saturday and Sunday para hindi kayo mag-marathon, di ba? Kasi yung iba nga nagme-message, hindi pa nga kami tapos sa individual, nagbi-business na tayo. So parang hinihingal na sila sa catch up ng mga materials natin, lalo na they come like later at the later part na. So para to give chance others to catch up then, and then for everybody also to have rest, right? So I will rest Saturday and Sunday. But again, yung Zoom 7 to 9 would still be open if you guys would want to meet, right? Like you want to hang out, chill in the Zoom room, feel free to do so, right? That's your time. You can maybe practice an EA review, or you can use Kahoots to play games, right? To reinforce yung learnings niyo. And then speaking of Kahoots, every day then we're gonna do like just to also awaken us, no? We'll do like a 10-minute quiz using Kahoots, right? Maybe kung may magsa-sponsor, we can provide prizes. Maybe pa-Gcash, di ba? Para lang may motivation to top the quiz, right? Tapos may Hall of Famer tayo. Like ano ba, pag 5 or 6 consecutive times kang nag-top doon sa daily quiz, ban ka na, charet, no? Hall of Fame ka na, 'di ba? Para ibigay mo naman sa iba yung chance na maging Hall of Famer, right? Maybe 10, I don't know. 10 probably is too long, no? Maybe 5. Pag 5 consecutive days ka na ikaw yung nagtatap, mag-Hall of Fame ka na, 'di ba? Top 20 naman, please. Hindi, top 1 lang. Alma, later, I will call you a little shortly. So, regarding sa top, isa lang yung pipiliin natin, right? Na nagtatap kasi Kahoots naman yung magdi-determine kung sino ang nagtap, right? So, again, one top notcher, tapos mag-Hall of Fame siya kung nakuha niya yung buong 5 days. And then we're gonna do that right before the lesson proper, right? Anyways, yes, Alma, go ahead.
Chris, last time
Yes.
nagkahot kami, tapos may nanalo. Sabi ko, bibigyan mo ng prize.
Ilan ba
May
sila?
utang
Bigyan mo sa
ka.
akin ng name at saka Gcash number. Bigyan ko ng
Kelly,
low.
sino na nga ba yun? John Lloyd ba yung pangalan niya?
John Lloyd,
Kelly,
may
nakalimutan ko na.
John Lloyd JR, tapos yung isa, ano ba yun?
Sige,
Babae yung isa eh.
message mo sa akin, Kelly. Para naman may
Sabi ko, top 1 lang. Ang dami mo naman bibigyan.
Tatlo sila
si
eh,
Kelly
top
na kasi sa top 2 and 3. Ako sa top 1 lang.
Yung top 2 and 3 sila yung magsisend sa akin.
Ganun ba? Anyway, you love Kahoots?
Sa baba.
Right? It's fun. It's kind of scary too. Kasi wala ka ng wala ka ng chance magbago yung answer mo. The moment you hit an answer, that's it. Right? And then, yeah, so like what I said earlier, we have to open a prayer and then close with a prayer. So kung sino yung nag-lead, siya na rin yung mag-close. Right? And then last note on my list is yung video. So as much as possible, if we would want to share our faces during the session, and again, if the reason why you're not able to share your video is because like you're multitasking or anything like that, if you can find a way to dedicate your time on that 7 to 9 p.m. would be good, right? But otherwise we fully respect that. But if you can share your videos, we appreciate that. Like I also appreciate that as the speaker, because again, I can see your eyes glowing or confused or baffled or perplexed, right? And it's also really, really nice to see a face before a name, right? Kasi pag name lang, hindi ko matatandaan yan. I'm telling you, I'm a very visual person. Kaya nga nung nag-aaral ako ng EA, video lang talaga yung pinanood ko. Hindi ako nagbasa. Because again, I know the type of learner that I am. I'm not a reader. Although I read books at some, occasionally, but the way I learn is really video. That's why if you've been with me for quite some time, the way I trained others in the past is through Loom recording. So every time na may share ako or anything like that, nire-record ko lang yun as a Loom and then sinishare ko sa person who I'm training na, this is how you do it. Then I don't need to meet that person anymore, right? Because I'm just recording my screen with my voice in it and then sisend ko lang yung link, right? And I find that very effective for me. And so far, it worked naman dun sa mga na-train ko na in the past, right? So the point is, it really matters if you show your face during the meeting. It helps me remember you more, right? And then also, yung mga names niyo naman, if you guys can, think of putting your real names, like, or your name that you're comfortable using, and be consistent with the platforms that you are in. Kasi minsan like may magre-reach out sa Messenger, ibang name. Tapos syempre walang profile yung iba. Hindi mo din mare-recognize agad na si ano pala ito, ganyan. So if you are consistent, like this is Jade. Jade is Jade. In BA, in LinkedIn, in Facebook, that shows consistency, right? And it's very straightforward. Kasi pag iba-iba yung name mo, in general impression is that why, right? Like why do you have different names in different platforms, right? That makes people question I don't know, the intention or diba? I mean, a lot of people use different names and they want to hide their identity. I don't know for what reason, but it makes your profile a little questionable, right? Hindi nabibuild agad yung trust, right? But if you are consistent with your profile and then you have even professional pictures in platforms where, like LinkedIn, for example, kung professional picture mo doon, the impression of the people that you're going to be interacting with or you're going to share your connections to would also be good, right? In Messenger, for example, if yung profile mo naman doon is a tree, house, or a beach, for example, walang face before a name, it makes the other person not want to reply to you because you could be, I don't know, misrepresenting yourself. You know what I mean? So just a tip lang, guys. If you guys want to go out there and be known, just be consistent with your names, okay? And show photos as well, right? Because that's what people receives or that's what the impression you set to other people, right? And just like that, I'm done with my list. So prayer, recap, quote for the day. The recording session should not be forgotten. So one way is we have a backup recording. We'll come up with that solid plan on Saturday for the overview. And then tech tip, thank you, Jonah, for the suggestion. And then Kahoots, and then lesson proper. For the lessons, by the way, for those meron ng mga access sa Glyme, I know meron si Shawnee, meron din si Jacqueline, but Jacqueline is not attending here very often. So there are the only two people I know na may Glyme access. If you guys would want to also cover a specific topic in the business section, I'm open to that. Okay, like you want to message me and say, hey Chris, I'm quite familiar with this topic, or I want to cover this topic. Feel free to do so. Okay. Guilty sa FB, iba ang name ko. Bakit naman kasi Mary Chris pa iba-iba yung name? Madaming profile? Takot lang sa scammers. Oh yeah. Like that's why my name also I cut that into what it is right now, because yeah, mahirap ang tawag din 'di ba, social engineering. They're capturing personal information, and then in the US, actually that applies to US tax prep too. Social engineering that gets used as a way to scam US taxpayers. So because people already have your name, your social, your address, your date of birth, what else? Yeah, those are the most important things, right? When you build a tax return, you have to have the name, the social, the address, the date of birth, the name of the spouse. Pag meron ka nun, you can file that person's tax return. And if that person's tax return has a refund, right, you can file it and have the bank, your own personal bank information listed on the return, and you get the refund, right? Kasi ganun ka-efficient ang IRS, right? Whatever you give the IRS as the bank information, so ang bank information need lang naman dyan is the account number and the routing number, right? So when you have the refund, the IRS will just deposit that or do a direct deposit into that bank account. So ganun yung mga scammers. So yung iba, they're very, very protective of their personal information. And that's also is a challenge for us, right? It becomes a challenge for us. That's why marami pang mga accounting firms in the US who are not sold to the idea of hiring people from the Philippines or anywhere outside the US. Because again, they're very protective of the information of their clients. Because again, that is very possible to happen, right? Yung fraud, right? And merong pang iba, binibenta yung mga social security number and stuff. So there are a lot of, scams out there concerning personal information, lalo na US clients, right? Or US citizens. So how do you counter that, or how do we counter that? And this is something that you should also know how to approach, because I get asked these questions a lot, right? In an initial call with a prospect client, the question is how do you approach data security, right? So lagi ang sagot natin dyan is NDA. So we sign a non-disclosure agreement with a client, right? Because we can get sued if we, misuse personal information. And then next is firms, they use VPN VPN, right? They use VPN to protect to secure their information. Next is the use of the CRM, right? CRM, instead of sending documents through email, we send documents and communication with the taxpayers through a secured portal. So we call that secured portal because if we say CRM, our clients or our taxpayer clients will not understand that. So client would ask, how do I send you my information? Okay, you would say, we have a secured portal where you can log in and you can upload your documents there. Even our communication would also be through the secured portal, right? Secured, because that gets into the head, secured portal. That means that you need to log in. And then some other firms, that's why you keep hearing me saying this. That's why firms like TOA, UAT, Scribe ba yun, are getting so big, right? Because they are the ones who are liable to the US clients, right? So rather than the US clients directly hiring someone from the Philippines na wala ang security layers, they would rather go with hiring TOA, and then TOA hires a people for them. So that person in the Philippines will work for TOA, but TOA has an agreement with the client in the US. Because why do clients do that? Because of security. You get what I'm saying? So that could be something that you would also need to consider, right? When you go out there and you get interviews, you want to know how you would answer a question regarding data security. Because again, it's a big deal, right? So again, NDA, use VPN, and then some clients would even provide computers, right? They would provide computers that are configured by their own IT people, because you cannot just simply install programs within your computer, because it's administered by the IT team of whoever it is that you're working for in the US, right? And also that will come into picture at our own professionalism, right? And how well versed we are in terms of data security. So there are trainings also that we need to take into, or we need to take, so that we are more aware of how to better handle these type of information, even our own personal information, right? So be very aware, right? Do not just take lightly sharing your personal information. And thank you, Marcus, for sharing that. So if you are protective of your personal information, and use your initials, would be okay. And how else, I don't know. Don't disclose your date of birth or your whereabouts. And the way I would also personally protect mine is setting my Facebook profile on private. Wait lang. Wait, naghang yung computer ko for just a sec. So I'll just read through your comments. Also, Zara, by the way, sent you guys a new Zoom background photo. I think Rain is using it already. It looks very beautiful. You guys can find that in Telegram. By the way, we use Telegram now because yung Messenger pala may limit na 250 people, right? So you cannot add more people beyond 250, which is kind of a bummer. And then I don't like Google Chat, right? I lose a lot of communication sa Google Chat kasi pag nag-reply ka, it's gonna create a thread, right? I don't know. I just don't like how Google is good with a lot of things, but I'm not sure they're good with their chat platform. I don't like Google Chat. So you guys would want to transition to Telegram. So Telegram is good because for one, it's very light on the phone, doesn't take so much space. And then there's like 200,000 maximum members. So that's already a lot. Right. So if you guys want to switch to Telegram, that's gonna be our new messaging platform. And in fact, we can share materials there as well, photos, videos. Right. Para mahirap hanapin yung name, baka may stalker na chismosa. Kahit nga unusual name, hard to pronounce. Yeah. Some clients, they even do and also be careful, guys, what you share in social media, what the contents that you share or the information that you have there. Especially if you're thinking of taking a US visa. So in the DS-160 yung form that you fill out to apply for a US visa application, they ask for your social media handles, Instagram, TikTok, Facebook. So just be conscious about what you share in social media. And of course, if you're thinking of making it professionally looking, then start, naming yourselves in social media appropriately. Right. Slack. I'm not sure. I don't like Slack either. We use Slack at Wita. I'm not a fan. I don't know. I'm just not, because like especially with the notification, it's very discreet, notification and Slack, and I don't like that. There are a lot of features that I like, but for one, Joanne, unfortunately, I still find Telegram a lot better than Slack. Slack is very similar to Google Chat. The way like you respond, it becomes a thread. It's very similar to Google Chat, and that's what I don't like. Maybe I'm old school, but and another thing again I hate with Slack is the very discreet notification. I tend to lose messages, like it may mga messages ako hindi na-replyan on time just because of the discrete notification of Slack. What's the link of TG Telegram? Where the Telegram link is on the Facebook page. So the latest post related to business tax prep, that's where Zara put the Telegram link. So if you guys are here, you want to make sure that you're not subscribe, but you're following the Boris Accountant Facebook page, because that was our go-to place for announcement. Yun yung pinaka-primary place where we make announcements. What about WhatsApp? Yeah, I like WhatsApp too, but I don't know. I like DG better. Sorry, guys. I know it's already decided. So, and the channels were already created, and a lot of you guys have already joined. I use WhatsApp too, but I don't know why I decided Telegram. I feel like Telegram was better. Also WhatsApp, like I can't have it on my Mac. My Mac is kind of old. It's a 2020 Mac. I have WhatsApp, and then it just says update your WhatsApp. And I keep updating it, but it keeps saying update and update, and I have not been able to open it at all anymore. Wag siya ang auto ipina ng Gcash. Yeah. Yes, better Telegram. So Telegram tayo, guys, ha? I don't know, Sharon sent a link, if it's a Telegram link. Share Google Chat, it's so bad. Yeah. Thank you, chat, for chiming in. Yeah, I really don't like Google Chat. That's why if you notice, I have not been responsive in Google Chat because I feel so lost, right? I feel so lost. And the thing with Google Chat is that pag marami ng chat na na-miss ikaw, you will have to scroll back up to catch up, right? And I don't have the time to scroll up. So I miss it already. But with TG, it prompts you to where you left off, right? Unless you like scroll all the way down. But let's say the last time you access the channel was yesterday. So the moment you open it, it would tell you how many messages you have missed, right? And it directs you right away when you open it to the last conversation or the last thing that you've opened in that channel. And then you just have to continue to scroll down. So you don't feel lost or disoriented. And I think that's one that sets TG apart from other application. Discord, I've heard of Discord. I have not used that extensively. So I feel like, I don't know, it would be another learning. I would have to spend time to learn Discord. So again, TG na tayo, guys. I heard about Discord too, and I heard it's good. I just didn't have the time to explore it. Since 2 hours in class and naka-on cam, is it okay to eat snack during class or need to off cam to avoid distraction? Okay naman, like you can eat. Like I also eat on cam. I feel like it's okay. It's okay to be comfortable, right? What you do. Like even in my class that at the time when I was teaching in college, I wouldn't mind my students to eat, mag-make up, mag-cellphone. I really don't care. Basta walang sila mang disturbo sa kaklase nila. In yung only condition I have in the class. Yes, me too. Yeah, because like 7 to 9, that's dinner time for some of you. I'm practicing data protection officer and hence mindful of what I share in social media. Thank you, JB. Maybe JB, you can have a talk on data protection too. Should be one of our talk here. It's very important. For personal ang WhatsApp, Viber for business. I use Viber too. But again, I think TG is still the best. Nakakalito si Gchat, dami threads. I know, right? Discord's also good. I heard, yeah. Hello, Discord is good din po. Meron sila voice room para sa mga gusto mag-checkan, like English speaking room for meeting with TL without disrupting others. And anyone can join in if they want. Oh, really? Then this is nice. I don't know if there is a Telegram feature or equivalent to that. Maybe we can explore, right? Where you guys can, like what Carl is saying, you can just go into one room and, do whatever you want in that room and not disrupt others. Maybe there is. I don't know. I have not fully explored the feature of Telegram, but you guys can. Pag ako tinamaan ng anxiety, delete lahat ng photo ng kids, tapos after 3 months, upload ulit. I see. Hindi lang pag yung ka-chat mo, binura yung entire chats, pati yung say erase din. Ay, talaga ba? Ang DJ pag ka-chat mo, binura yung entire chats, pati yung sa'yo erase din. I didn't know this. But I feel like wala naman siguro magdi-delete ng chat sa atin. Or Rina, could you expound on this? Like, what does it mean? Or anong implication nito sa atin sa BA if possible din bang ma-delete yung conversation within the channel? Personal lang. So personal na messages niyo between, hindi channel, right? Kasi yung ginawa natin sa Telegram is a channel and it's controlled by the tawag din, ano bang ang tawag dun sa owner ng channel, right? So I don't think you can delete. Anybody can just delete. But if it's like a personal conversation between you and another person, hindi naman yun channel. So I think that's where the danger is na pwedeng mag-delete. You can use Telegram for both one-on-one and group video calls, which are end-to-end encrypted and features like screen sharing and picture-in-picture mode to make a video call open a chat with a contact or group call. Yeah. Ang Telegram ba, pwedeng mag-read ng messages kahit ano, kasi one advantage of Messenger is pwedeng free data, right? I'm not sure with Telegram kung naka-free data ka, can you send? Hindi. Sabi na hindi daw. So, kailangan yung mag-data, guys. Again, Messenger, I would have loved Messenger, but it's restrictive in terms of number of people. So, we're shying away from Messenger. Anyway, enough of that because we have already covered and decided na mag-Telegram tayo. Anything else that you guys want to talk about? JB, maybe you can talk about data security on a Saturday or Sunday. Kasi for our Biz Tax Prep course, we're only going to run it Mondays to Fridays, right? And Saturday and Sundays can be anything, right? Could be day off, rest day for some. Ang day off kasi parang dating makatulong, no? So, social rest day. So rest day, Saturday and Sunday. But if you guys would like to have somebody to talk about something that, I mean, for whatever it is, right? We can allocate Saturday and Sunday for anything that's not necessarily related to tax prep, right? Gusto dito mag-networking kayo na Saturday and Sunday, mag-offer ng life insurance. Marami ako nakakita doon sa community page natin, naghahanap ng part-time worker, pero insurance naman yun. Although there's nothing wrong with insurance, guys. Diba? Yung life insurance, it's basic. So, for one, you should, when you can, get a life insurance. That it's insurance, it's not an expense, it's an investment, right? Basic insurance can really protect you and your not you, but maybe your loved ones. So like, yeah, if anyone here is tawag sa kanila, financial advisor, and you guys would want to use Saturday and Sunday or whatever it is that you're gonna magsabi lang kayo sa GC so people can attend and seek na rin siguro approval because we don't want anything that is still not aligned with what we promote here at BA, right? So things like data protection course or maybe an Excel sharing, mga best practices sa Excel because guys, as an accountant, we have to love Excel or Google Sheet, for example. I saw that Google Sheet that was created by JB. That was just so fantastic. I don't know how he did that, but that was lovely. If you can, JB, you can also use Loom to record how you do things. Again, for a visual person like me, it's good kung ang pinapanood kong tutorial ay naka-video tapos my voice kasi nasusundan ko, and then I can just pause it, rewind, replay, or if I wanna skip some part, I can just speed up the speed nung video. Yeah, that could be one thing. Or again, you can use Kahoots to just play. Ano yung online store mo, ni Arnold? Pwede naman siguro kung ipopromote mo ay sa kabutihan naman ng lahat. Excel, Google Sheet, Loom, yeah, those are really good platforms. Or yung mga CRM, tutorial on CRM, like Tax Dome, for example. Because it really matters then. Like when you're applying for a job online, if you know CRM, kasi usually nilalagay nila dyan mga ideal candidates nila, right? Ideal candidates, tapos nililist nila yung tax software, right? And then CRM. So pinaka common na ginagamit is TaxDome. And then minsan Carbon. Yan. But TaxDome still tops the list in terms of ano. So maraming mga tutorials sa TaxDome na nasa YouTube. But again, the problem with watching random videos sa YouTube, walang structure, right? Hindi mo alam kung saan ka magsisimula, tapos anong susunod, right? And then nasasayang yung oras, right? Kasi again, walang structure. And attendance through life, pero dapat daw below 45 years old. I was told after lang, kaloka. Bakit nila say 45? 45 years old, meaning yung
Dapat below 45 years old. I'm not qualified for that.
ang consultant?
For advisor or something, sana. Side hustle. Nag-attend ako ng session nila how to get the income, percentage mo, pag may napasok ka, something like that. And then sabi niya, di daw pwede yung edad ko na. So,
Oo nga, sabi mo sana, dapat nag-full disclosure kayo from the beginning.
cover di ba? Hahanap naman ako ng client sana. Bakit kailangan yung age is that dapat? I'm 50 years old. Ayun, hindi ako nagtuloy.
It's no good. Yeah. Carbon, I have knowledge pero wala pa akong access ngayon. Yeah, Carbon is similar to how TaxDome works. Very similar. Although mas may advanced features nga lang si TaxDome. All right. 8:13 guys. Do you have any questions, clarifications, any more suggestions for the BizTax prep? Para lang the goal for this is para ma-present natin sa overview on Saturday, so people who will join us know what to expect, right? But for you guys, you have been attending several sessions already, so you know our approach already, and you also know, or you are in the best position then to make recommendations on how we can even make our course better, right? I forget to share pala na the videos or the recorded sessions for BizTax Prep will be made available sa Kajabi. Sa Kajabi na tayo guys, mag-replay. So you need to create an account with Kajabi and make sure that you enroll in the BizTax Prep na course because our certification will be through Kajabi, right? And then Kajabi, we're gonna use Kahoots. So for sure you will be more familiarized with Kahoots as we go along. And then this could definitely lead to an internship program and maybe a potential employment as well. In fact, at 11 p.m. today, I'm going to be talking to Sam to put more structure on the internship program. And I have another firm who reached out to me, I think just yesterday. He also wants to engage in the internship program. And I just talked to this other client, yung client ni Sam, si Mary. They're putting up a bookkeeping business then, and soon they will be hiring bookkeepers. Yun yung sinashare ko sa mga interns na we want to give her the best of the best. So that may come very, very soon. So they already established their own LLC. And I met Mary, who's a CPA. She's doing fractional CFO services, but she's doing QuickBooks bookkeeping as well, and some other tax bookkeeping software. And her partner, Lily, equally very competent people. And then the culture is also very good. Natanong ko na yung time schedule. What they need is a full-time hindi pala. they will come back kung full-time or part-time ba, because again, they're just starting the bookkeeping business. But what they need is someone who has the leadership skills. Yan yung pinaka-primary na consideration ni Mary. Leadership, because this person that they're gonna hire for the very first employee that they're gonna be hiring is someone who they can delegate a lot of tasks to grow the firm, right? So Mary, Lily, there'll be more of engaging clients, prospects, right, to bring into the firm. So the bookkeeper that they will be hiring will be someone who will take on those clients and make sure that those clients are taken care of. And then as they grow more clients, then this person will take on a leadership role. Could be a manager, right? So having said that, she needs someone with experience already, with a solid accounting background and leadership skills. Again, the leadership, because they're gonna grow, right? They're gonna grow. And I have no doubts they will grow, right? Because they're well-connected people. And in the US naman, kung may pera ka, you can buy a tax firm or a bookkeeping firm, right? And maraming binebenta ang mga bookkeeping and tax firm ngayon. So, abang-abang lang kayo, guys. I'll make further announcements. There were those who responded to the Google form, and some of you already sent in the Loom recording. If you guys haven't sent one, please do so. Send your CV and send that Loom recording. Hanapin nyo na lang yung chat ko kung saan nakalimutan ko na din kung saan ko yun sinend. But what I'm thinking of doing is I will share that Google Sheet to Mary and Lily para sila na bahala mag-shortlist, right? Since nandun naman na yung Loom recording niyo for your introduction, they will look at it, and then they will have your contact information sa CV niyo. So they will also reach out to you directly, right? Moving forward, when they grow, right? Lily and Mary told me that they're gonna hire from here, from borderless accountants. So more opportunities, guys, for us. And ang request ko lang is that when you guys are hired by the firms that we're gonna be referring you to, do us proud, okay? Para hindi sila tawag dito, you're not going to be the first and last hire from borderless accountants. Rather, you're going to be the first of many, right? Because if you're successful with the firm and you do really good at what you do, when they grow, they will look for more people within borderless accountants, right? So that's for our course. Again, we will be making it in Kajabi, so that when we provide the certification, we can vouch for your progress, right? Because sa Kajabi kasi monitored natin yung like the number of hours you spent on a particular video, and then merong tayong gatekeepers, right? So each of the session, you're gonna take a quiz, and then before ka makapag-proceed sa next lesson, right? So that's how we're going to be structuring it, to make sure that when you want to take the certification exam, you're really ready, right? And then that certification exam is gonna be your gateway for the internship, right? The internship that will be facilitated by borderless accountant. But make no mistake that of thinking na borderless accountant is your only way to get employed or to get internship, right? Our course is designed that you learn, right? Regardless of where you are headed to, either self-practice, employment elsewhere, we don't mind, right? The primary reason why we're doing the course that we're doing now is for you to learn, right? Not for borderless accountant to make profit or anything like that. It's for you to learn and grow wherever you choose to, right? So when you learn and then you happen to be well connected, you got hired by another firm that I don't know of, it's fine. Yeah, it's completely fine. You're not restricted. You have no commitment. But if you feel like you want to be associated with borderless accountant, you want to grow with us, then there's also an option for you, right? That's just an option. And we would love to have you, right? The course is designed so that you will learn the how and the whys, and then that makes you employment ready, right? So don't aim for internship, right? Internship is an option where you can learn while you're waiting for an opportunity, or like, medyo hilaw pa, right? You want to learn more, but aim for employment right away. So just like what happened to Dexter. Oh, sorry, not Dexter. I forgot his name. Guys, help me remind his name. The first hire.
Glenn.
Okay.
Glenn?
Si Glenn. Yeah. So just like what
Glenn.
happened to Glenn. Glenn didn't finish the course, right? Because Glenn was so hungry, and he was very decided to be a tax preparer, right? Because when I had a conversation with him, he said, Chris, I really want to I really want to become a tax preparer. I want to have that freedom that you have. I want to travel too, right? That's what I remember he told me. And then he also took a lot of courses other than what I gave out last October. And then he applied, right? Like he didn't wait to finish the course. He was already sending applications everywhere, right? And hindi niya nga natapos yung individual tax preparation natin, uh, yung binigay natin nung June, kasi parang July pa lang na-hire na siya, right? Even si Luz, right? So what I'm saying is that you guys can learn from the course, and at the same time go out there already, right? Send your applications. Take a chance, basically, right? That's an option for you. Ang request ko lang, again, if you get hired, share nyo naman sa amin, right? So that we can celebrate your success. And then if you have the time, if you still have the time because you're already employed, of course, yung priority mo is your employer, di ba? Yung work mo. But if you have the time to still continue to join us, maybe not as a learner anymore, but more of someone who would share your experience, provide more encouragement to the other members who would want to have the same situation as what you're already having, diba? So basically what I'm saying is if we were able to help you one way or another na makakuha ng employer, don't leave us, right? We would love to continue to have you. And if you're open to more learning, then that would also be very good. So yun, again, don't just aim, just like what Arnold is saying, pwede naman kayo maging resource person, right? And si Glenn naman is constantly engaging. I guess he's just really busy kasi he's a family man. He's got a full-time job as a tax preparer now, and he also does things for the church. So one of these days, maybe we can invite Glenn again to become a resource speaker to share, his experiences. It's been 3 months na ata si Glenn doon sa kaniyang firm. So kasi nung una, I don't know if you know Glenn, na-hire na siya tapos parang na-let go siya nung firm kasi nga hilaw pa, right? So he got hired as a tax preparer, but then eventually when he was working, medyo short pa yung kanyang nalalaman, so medyo marami pang kulang doon sa piniprepare niyang return. So eventually he was let go, but that didn't crush his spirit. So what he did, because he understood why he was let go was kulang pa yung learning niya. So he continued to learn, and then this time around na-hire na siya. So I think hindi na siya na let go kasi it's been 3 months na ata nandun siya sa firm. So we would love to have him as a resource person to share his journey and his learnings in the firm that he's currently working for. And And maybe we can also have even Kelly share his experience with Wita, right? This is his first full-time employment also as a tax preparer. Ayaw magsalita because I could be biased because he's working directly for me. Maybe Andre too. Myself even, right? Like I get anxious the past few days. Kaya hindi rin ako nakakapag-join ng live because alam niyo yung makaka-receive ka ng email regarding doon sa return na ni-review mo. And then meron talaga din akong maraming nami-miss out, right? Na mga entries, and some of them are even very simple ones na nakakaligtaan ko. And it happens. The feeling though when you get that feedback is not good, right? Because you could have done better, right? And it happens to me and it could happen to you too, right? It matters how you take them, right? It matters how you take them, and you want to make sure that it doesn't happen again. So what I do is I make sure I note all those feedback, and then I apply that to the next return that I'm preparing for or I'm reviewing, right? That means I'm learning, right? Ayoko namang nauulit-ulit yung feedback ng reviewer. And the reviewer, by the way, is Kendall. So every time I open my phone and nakaka-receive ako email from Kendall, that means may feedback ng Kendall sa return, right? But we're okay, we're good. There's always this constant reassurance naman that because we're doing it for the first time, there's complexities in the return because I'm not used to reviewing this level of complexity ng mga returns. So I'm still learning, right? And the feeling that the feedback is constructive kind of gives you the feeling of security. You know what I mean? And I'm sharing this with you so that when you start working and you get feedback too from your employer or your reviewer, it's pretty normal, right? But it's also, for me, it's also like a wake-up call that I need to be focused, right? Because the past few weeks then, handling a class, handling a community, and then working at the same time, it's no joke, right? Like you have to know what to prioritize, and at the same time, where to put your energy on, right? So because it still is multitasking. And that was kind of a lesson learned for me. That's why, again, leading towards the end of the tax season, I had to lie low muna sa sessions natin because I had to focus on reviewing returns. Yung talagang nakafocus sa return. And that's why I have not been going on live din sa stream, because I feel like I was missing a lot on my reviews because I was doing a lot of things on the side. You know what I mean? And I admit to that. That was something that I know I could have done better. Nasanay lang din siguro ako na in the past 4 years, gamay ko na yung returns na tinatrabaho ko because they were like repeat clients. So I'm very familiar with it. So even if I was traveling, I work at a coffee shop, I work at the airport, madali na lang sa akin because familiar na ako dun sa tax return. But this time around, I cannot work in a coffee shop kasi I need to make notes. I really need focus, right? Because these are big returns. You know what I mean? But hopefully next year, because it's already familiar to me, it's not gonna be that intense anymore, right? Because you already have notes on that return. You already know the complexity of that return, the number of documents involved in that tax return. Then it's not gonna be as complex. This time around lang, sobrang kind of overwhelming reviewing a complex return and having to deal with a lot of unfamiliar terminologies, unfamiliar credits. Diba? I already told you, credits is not my favorite thing in the world. But iba pa yung credits sa federal, iba pa yung credits sa state, right? So you have to be mindful of that too. And be very diligent in looking at each of the documents. Kumbaga, sa work natin kasi kailangan natin talaga detail-oriented tayo, right? And so, that was like a learning experience for me that I will share with you because it could happen to you too, right? It can happen to you. And in fact, another short sharing I would like to, or another thing I would like to share with you is, yung kay Aaron, right? So Aaron with soundboard, I have to let go. That's why we had that internship program, and we're still have that ongoing. But I would like to thank those who are part of the internship program who are here for all your help. So na-appreciate naman ni Aaron yung work natin. Yung mga inputs natin na sinend ko sa email. And he feels like he's more comfortable now that the books are being looked into thoroughly. I will set a meeting with him next week because I'm busy with the tax deadline. I'll set a meeting with him next week to discuss the handover of the books to whoever he picks from the 10 interns. So that already goes out of my plate because there's just too many guys, right? At some point you have to really let go to have more focus. I came to a point na sobrang dami ng clients na dumadating, and I have to let go of some of them. Usually I do that every after the tax season, like every after April 15, I let go of clients, and October 15, right? I'll let go because meron naman talagang dumadating din, right? Like almost instantaneously nga eh. Like when I let go of one firm last year, December, di pa dumating yung Wita noon, December. I just let go because I felt like I was no longer in the same direction as them. And then dumating Wita. You know what I mean? So there comes a point, I came to a point na I was no longer chasing clients, right? Kusa na lang dumadating yung clients, and I feel blessed that way, and I pray that could happen to you too, especially dun sa mga nag-chase pa lang for now. But I think one thing that why I think that happened to me is that I invested in learnings, right? So I invested in most of the time I get the client because of interviews. Sa interview pa lang 80% before pa natatapos yung interview, alam ko na halos if I'm gonna get the job or not. Right? You would already know it during the conversation if the job will be offered to you. And again, most of the time I get offered the job, and it's my decision if I'm gonna take it or not. I don't usually negotiate for the rate, right? I don't usually negotiate for the rate. I usually the interview would go, how much do you think? Or how do I say this? It's implied, right? Like, Chris, what's your rate expectation for this role, right? And I would say this much. And usually, ang mga firms naman hindi rin yan nagni-negotiate, right? If they feel like you're worth that rate, then they will give you that rate, right? So, yun. Umabot tayo dun sa point na yun, and I'm contemplating now between November and December to reach out, to kasi yung Upwork ko na profile, hindi ko na yun nabivisit for so many months. And meron pang nagme-message doon na mga nag-invite for interview and stuff like that. And I don't get to respond to those anymore. But November, December, they're gonna come again, right? Those type of messages will come. And I'm thinking, instead of declining them, right, or not even sending a response, if I feel like some of you are ready to take on actual work, right, we could use our internship program for that, right? So ang bilis kong makakuha ng clients sa Upwork, sa Online Jobs PH, now LinkedIn, right? So I just need to plan, right, with the team then to manage, or I don't know if some of you would be interested to manage the profile in Upwork, LinkedIn, and Online Jobs PH, to like respond to mga openings, right? And then I can hop on the interview, and then sa interview, instead of me working for them, I can now pitch in borderless accountants, right? Like, because usually ang pain points ng mga tax firm owners is that, for one, security, right? They want security dun sa data, right? So how can they trust you, right? How can they trust you with the data of their clients, right? And if you're someone who has no experience managing tax returns, you may not get that trust level, trust from that prospect client right away, right? But if I talk to that client and I'm an enrolled agent, so, and I have experience, sa enrolled agent kasi, yung part 3 niyan is Circ 230. That's the circular 230 of the IRS. That's the ethics component of being an IRS enrolled agent. So like the data security, penalties of misrepresentation, and a lot of guidelines from the IRS. The moment they know that they're talking to an EA or a US CPA, instantaneously meron ng trust level, may trust na yan, right? So rather than me, or actually, that's why I would encourage you to take the enrolled agent exam, right? Kasi kung wala man kayong experience but enrolled agent kayo, it's already a big deal, right? It's already a big deal. You can already get noticed and build trust with a prospect line. Kasi hindi madali, for one, hindi madali ang EA exam. And second, you go through a rigid background check from the IRS, right? Because before ka senda ni IRS nung certificate ng enroll, because they will mail that to your address. The physical certificate, they will mail that to your address. Before they're gonna send that, after you pass the exam, you're gonna fill out Form 11. Magbayad ka ng mga $100 plus $110. And then they will do a background check on you. And then if you pass, then you will get that certificate, right? So that alone could be a badge for security with the prospect employer. So maganda yung EA, right? But what I'm saying is that we can use these platforms to introduce borderless accountants and introduce the idea of why not give this person a try, right? Like, I don't know if you're up for it, but I live by the principle of under promising and over delivering, right? Under promise, over deliver, and providing value first before asking for value in return, right? So what I'm thinking, again, this is just brainstorming pa lang naman, subject for, of course, for refinement as we go along, is that we can use these platforms to reach for prospect employers for you. But the way we would pitch is that, hey, I know your pain points as a firm or CPA firm owner. You need someone who can help you manage your books and your tax returns. So I have this training program and I believe in it and have excellent people who can do the job for you, right? And maybe if you are willing, you can give them a 15 or 30-day internship, right? They're willing to work for you for free. So they learn your systems, the way you do things, you establish a trust. And then if you find these people good, then you will hire them, right? If not, then we may find you another intern. You know what I mean? Just so you get your feet wet, right? Because if we approach a client or a prospect and say, this is the rate of this person, right? The person or that client may just go out there and would rather hire someone with experience already. So we lose that chance. You get what I'm saying, right? So if you guys would be willing to go through an internship with the firms that I'm going to be connecting you with in the future, I would say we approach it in a way where we provide value first before we ask value in return. Because we provide you training, but it still is different when you're actually working, right? You will learn a lot more, right? Because you'll be handling with actual documents, you will be speaking with an actual client, you will be navigating their CRM, you will be navigating their own tax software. And then you will also test the dynamics between you and the firm owner. You know what I mean? At least if you're not paid, there's not that big commitment right away, right? And then it also gives you that push, right? The push that you need to prove yourself so that later on you can earn the job. You know what I mean? Because the problem with so many of us right now is that we may be very knowledgeable already, but we cannot get hired because most of the job openings would require at least 2 years of experience, right? And then they would even put CPA or EA preferred, right? Like, how can you get an experience if you cannot even get hired, right? So that's what we want to counter, right? That's what we want to, that's what we want to, I would say, I don't know what the word is, but you see, a lot of people who offer their courses out there, they'll make you pay for their course, right? They make you pay for their course. And once you learn, you're on your own, right? And then they won't even not, I mean, I don't know with some others, but they would not even check with you if you're really learning, right? Because they already got money from you, right? So you pay for their course, you do their, you know, their self-paced online learning material, and then they conduct live session once a week, twice a week, right? Because they're not really at least from what I know and what I observe, there could be someone out there who's doing different things, but from what I see is that they offer you the course, they got money from you, and then that's it, right? Again, you're on your own. They're not going to care about, are you going to get hired, are you going to have the right skills to pass an interview, again, because they have already taken something from you, right? And you're not even sure if the course that they're offering is really going to make you learn something, right? And we want to approach it differently, right? We want to approach it differently. We're going to provide you the course for free. And by free, that means we don't want you to take it for granted as well, right? Just because it's free. I mean, sometimes kasi pag ang connotation kapag free, pucho-pucho lang yan. You have seen our courses, right? It's free, but it's not pucho-pucho, right? I personally take the course or handle the course whenever I can. And so the approach for the course is that you will learn, you will be employable. But if you want to get Borderless Accountant be more involved with you, right? Be more involved with you so that we can help you with internship, we can vouch for you, and then you can penetrate the market even without experience, then you have to go through the certification, right? Your certification will be paid, right? It will be paid. We will announce that later on. And then the internship will also be paid, but we will make it reasonable, right? We will make it reasonable. Why are we going to do that? Because we're going to be investing our time in you, right? We're going to be investing our time in you, and we're going to give you, and we're going to do our very best to get you that employer, right? So that certification and that internship will, for one, give you that opportunity to have a certificate signed by a CPA EA. And then when you become an intern, you will get employment certificate, right? You will get that employment certificate that you need for you to be hired at a firm looking for someone with experience. You know what I mean? So you look good both on paper and in person, right? Because no matter how good you as a person, if you don't look good on paper, you will get filtered out. You know what I mean? Kasi given na natin, hindi naman tayo lahat CPA, right? Hindi naman tayo lahat may experience sa tax, right? And then we don't want to misrepresent that on our resume, right? So kung anong nakalagay dun sa resume, yun yung kung anong talagang meron tayong experience, right? And when it comes to the vetting process, syempre, yung mapipili nung whoever is vetting the candidates would be those with experience, those with CPA credentials or EA credentials. You will not even get to an interview, right? So what are your chances? Patay na, di ba? Wala agad because you don't look good on paper, right? But just on paper, because these people who might have the credential may not necessarily be good in person too. You know what I mean? But you're good in person. You just don't look good on paper. That's the dilemma for most of us, right? And that's what Boris Accountant is trying or will address, right? Because I have personally proven it. Anybody can do tax preparation. Anybody, right? But for a CPA firm owner, they're not gonna gamble, right? Because investing in you, like hiring you right away on the spot without you having an experience is a gamble for that person, right? For one, security, because you will get access to the CRM, you will get access to the tax software, you will instantly get information of the taxpayers, right? That's a gamble in one. Second is the monetary part. They're gonna pay you on the day one, right? So it's a risk that they're gonna take. And then they're not gonna take that if it's just you and the firm owner, right? But if Borders comes into the picture, right, and we can explain better the arrangement, then you may have a chance. You know what I mean? You may have a chance. So if I talk to the firm owner and say, this is our program, I can vouch for this person, you know, give this person these exercises, and that person may be able to do the job, right? Or this person is very weak at communication. When you interview this person, he may not be able to answer you an answer that you were expecting. But I know this person. He knows how to get the things done, right? Because that's also our problem, right? We can't pass an interview, but doesn't mean we're not good, right? Hindi lang tayo sanay mag-answer ng questions because we're maybe introvert or hindi lang tayo sanay, right? And so again, if we can be in the picture, who will vouch for you and then can give that firm owner that level of confidence na, okay, kung i-hire ko tong taong to, at least I have Chris who I can go back to. Like, Chris, you gave me someone who doesn't know, right? So Chris is accountable. You get what I'm saying? So CPA to CPA nag-uusap, EA to EA nag-uusap. There is that level of accountability. And that's what we want to provide for you at Borderless Accountants. That employment. And in fact, after you get employed, we will continue to be in touch because we want to journey together to become tax strategists. We want to journey together to become advanced tax preparers. We want to journey together to become tax representatives, right, before the IRS. And that's a whole level of journey far more advanced than being tax preparer, right? But you have to start a tax preparation before you can even do tax strategies or tax representation, because you need to understand the basic terminologies, right? Or the ins and outs of the tax returns. So you have to start from somewhere. So the goal for us is that we train, we employ, and then we develop, right? And so that's why last time I was here, I mentioned to you a funneling system, right? Because there's going to be thousands of us in the community, but not everybody is going to be a borderless accountant, right? It's going to be a conscious decision from you if you're going to go that route. Like for now, after you hearing this story, I mean, the sharing from me, if you identify that, hey, I want to be a borderless accountant. I want to go through the certification. I want to become an intern. And when I get employed eventually as a tax preparer, not necessarily by a firm with borderless accountant, not necessarily WITA, but you want to continue to be part of borderless accountant because you still want to go through a journey with borderless accountants, meaning a journey to become more advanced tax preparers. And again, to a level where you do tax strategy. That's like, that's ang tawag dan. That's a pinnacle of our profession, become a tax strategist, right? Or at least we do tax representation before the IRS. But if your mindset is also that you just want to learn, right? Because you believe in yourself, like you can get employer in a very short period of time once you learn, right? And that's also good. That's I'm okay with that. In fact, I'd be happy for you if 1 week or 2 weeks from the course you already get an employer. That is something that I'm very open to happen with everybody who's going to take the course, right? And if you want to be on your own, that's also completely fine, right? If you want to go that route, because you don't need internship anymore, right? You don't need internship for you to learn because you can handle it on your own. In fact, some of you may be studying other materials outside of borderless accountant. That's also good, right? And that's what I would do personally, right? I would not rely on one study material. When I was taking EA, I did like 80% climb, but I mentioned to you earlier, I purchased another material where I just did the quizzes because I like their test banks. I had to do that, and you can do that too, right? Because again, we have our own learning style, our learning methodology, and we have our own set of core values too, right? So if you feel like you're just gonna learn from borderless accountants and then you want to do your own practice, that's also fine, right? But what's even better is that if you get employed and then you continue to stick around with borderless accountant, be a resource person, be a mentor, right? Or be someone who would open up doors for other borderless accountants too. We would love that. That's where we want to see this community grow, right? Again, we are built as a community where we would want to bring each other up, right? Like, dalhin niyo yung isa't isa pataas, right? Hindi yung ikaw lang yung nasa taas, tapos nakataas, nasa taas ka, tapos titingin ka lang yung nasa sa baba and you don't do anything because you're already comfortable where you are. I don't think I'd be that person, right? I'd be comfortable with like, I'm growing in my career, but I'm also pulling others with me in that journey. Kasi it's lonely at the top, right? It's lonely at the top. Mas maganda yung marami kayo, right? Like when you eat, puro kayo successful, then you can split the bill, right? But when you eat out, friends, family, ikaw lang yung nagbabayad, mag-isang nagbabayad because the others cannot afford. Di ba malungkot yun, right? But if everyone is successful, happy with their careers, earning, when you go together, you can split the bill. You can have that ability. That's, of course, is an analogy that is applicable to us. Many years down the road, we'll see borderless accountants as a community with very competent tax preparers, right? And myself, that's why I was referring to a journey earlier, right? A journey, because even if I'm already 5 years in the tax practice, there's still a lot of things that I will continue to learn, right? So we're going to go through a journey together of becoming more advanced tax preparers, become a tax strategist, right? Because that's also a direction I would want to take for myself, right? And I would want to have that, to take that journey with you guys, right? Sabay-sabay tayong maging tax strategist. Maybe I can say I have been doing tax representation, but I can also go through that journey with you guys when like most of you becomes or become an enrolled agent already. An enrolled agent, you are qualified to become or do tax representation before the IRS. Again, you can only do tax representation if you're an EA, right? Because they need your enrolled agent credentials or a US CPA. So, but you don't need to be an EA to be a tax preparer, right? So if ang journey niyo later on is you want to become an EA, pwede naman 2 years down the road, 3 years down the road, okay lang yan. So pero kung afford niyo na mag-EA ngayon, pwede naman. EA tapos tax preparation tapos later na mag tax representation. Pero pag hindi pa afford, tax prepare, ipon-ipon ng experience, learnings, money, and then EA, right? Because you can only become a very effective tax representative if you're knowledgeable with the tax forms, right? Kasi that way magkakaintindihan kayo. Kasi pag EA kayo, a lot of the things that you do is communication with an IRS agent, right? So the reason why you're hired by a taxpayer is kang taxpayer kasi ang tatawag diretso sa IRS, hindi yan sila magkakaintindihan, right? Kasi hindi naman tax professional yung client, right? Or yung taxpayer. So they need someone na kumbaga sa court, 'di ba? If you are a plaintiff or someone being sued, you need a lawyer to represent yourself before the court. Parang ganun yung enrolled agent, right? We're like a lawyer, right? Kasi nga ang pwede lang mag-practice before the IRS is a tax lawyer, a CPA, or an enrolled agent, right? So, yeah. With that, ang dami ko na sinabi. 8:57 na, 3 minutes. Meron kayong questions, clarifications? So, nagets naman yung concept natin sa board as accountants. I think we're getting more clarity, right? And we're getting big, we're getting noticed. In fact, again, I'm meeting with Sam at 11 today. We're going to discuss further how they can fully support BA, right? Because they are also very supportive, and I think I'm very grateful for that because Sam on the business side and Kendall very much aligned in terms of principles, right? Principles na in terms of not hiring someone not necessarily credentialed, right? Like I told you, I'm not someone who's very big on credentials. And Kendall shares that same sentiment. So I feel like there's so much connection, and we just really want to seize that moment to, get this momentum going for everybody. And then I'm starting to go through the chat, guys. If you guys want to share, just raise your hand lang, ha? I would like to hear from you. Marcus, the reason I did not apply for tax prep, I want to finish all the sessions at BA and internship first. Kasi mahirap mag-jump as a pair pag hindi ka ganun ka-confident to handle that kind of work. Kaya more learnings, pahilaw pa masyado. I feel you, Marcus. But you're showing so much promise already. Like the reason why I reach out to you dun sa tax prep for that business return was I saw your hunger for knowledge, and you were so competent. I think I used your work paper for that one return I prepared. So thank you. But I know, yeah, you will learn a lot. You will learn a lot more. And I feel like you're someone who would want to go out there when you're fully ready, right? Like, kasi may mga ganyan eh. Like, you want to go, parang, kailangan mo munang mag-aral how to swim before you eventually go to an open ocean, di ba? Yung iba naman, hindi pa nila alam mag-swim, pero they already jump into the water and then they learn to swim as they go along, right? And I'm kind of like that, right? Like, I take the risk. Like, hindi ko naman alam lahat, kaya hindi ko kailangan alamin lahat. I would just learn as I go along, right? But kasi iba-iba tayo, right? Iba-iba tayo. But Marcus is more of the structured way, so and I fully support that. My advantage kasi pag my friend si Glime at si Mami. Yeah. That's actually a good idea, Chris. From Emma, trust and confidence. I'm hoping that the experience onboarding with these clients through Boros accounts or bookkeeping at first. Yeah. In fact, if you guys have clients, or like a prospect client that you want to work for, and you want to get me involved just to like in the interview process or something like that to navigate the questions from the clients, I'd be open to, I'd be happy to, right? Just say that, just, I don't know how you will say that to your prospect, but, if anything like that comes up and then I'm available, just let me know. I will be happy to support you. Or maybe we can do a 3-way call. Or maybe you want to do coaching. And what you do, isang advice ko is that when you do interviews, make Loom your best friend, right? I-record nyo yung interview kasi kapag nag-record kayo na Zoom, pag Zoom kasi kailangan ng permission ng host to record the session. Tapos kung naka-record yan sa cloud, doon yan sa account ng Zoom owner, account owner magsi-save, right? But if you record that in Loom, lalo na kung ang subscription niyo sa Loom ay premium, hindi naman mahal ang Loom, I think. Less than 1,000 ata by premium na. Pag premium kasi, you can go more than 5 minutes and you can have a desktop application running on your own computer, hindi yung Chrome extension. So you can discreetly record the session, right? So you record nyo yung conversation para ma-self-assess nyo yung self nyo after, right? What were the usual questions? How did you answer the question? What are areas where you can improve on, right? So you can self-assess yourself. That's how I did it for the past 4 years. When I do have calls, I would record it, right? I would record it and I would self-assess myself. I would like you to do the same. And if you feel like you want to share that recording with me and you want to have an open critique, I'd be happy to do so too. And that's a good thing with Loom. Kasi after nyo nag-record ng Loom, mag-generate siya ng link that you can just share. Right? You don't need to save it in your local computer. So hindi problema yung storage. Right? So again, make Loom your best friend. And I introduced that to Wita. They love it. It's a good training material. Hello, anong app or account unit ulit gagawa ng account para mapanood yung replay, something para makuha ang certification na nabanggit? Kajabi. Kajabi would be, I'll introduce that on Saturday. For the bookkeeping and tax, bookkeeping is still ongoing. Mariluz is just kind of busy. For the individual tax prep, na-save na ni Zara lahat ng videos doon. We just need to input the quizzes. So, it may take time. The bookkeeping and the individual tax prep may take time, but the business tax prep, my goal is that after nung day, the following day, or after ng actual session, the following day, available agad yung recording sa Kajabi and the quiz as well. Para mabilis yung certification process natin sa business tax prep. Kasi nga, ang business tax prep, nauuna kasi yan. Almost after nung year, nagsistart agad yung business tax preparation. Exactly, I'm on it. Yeah. So breaking the barrier. Dissolve the barrier. Diba? Mas bongga yung dissolve the barrier. Walang kalat. Yes. All right. So I think wala naman na kayong question. This is more of a reaction to what I said. So thank you guys. I think Mike, pangalan si Crisaling, akala ko siya nag-connect. Yeah, Chris, I had ako sa LinkedIn. And then CPA, EA. Yun lang naman yung aking ano doon. I use Xbox to record my screen. Today I use CapCut Desktop. It works well too. Wow, interesting. I haven't heard of Xbox. I haven't used CapCut for... actually, I deleted CapCut on my... in my computer kasi it takes a lot of space. Yung application itself. Yeah, I've been using Loom for quite a while and I'm very happy with it. But if you guys use other recording software like Erwin does, it's also good. The point is, i-record nilang yung mga sessions niyo as much as possible. Again, para mayroon kayong mabalikan after. Yeah, Zoom for your own recording for application purposes. Yeah, Zoom. Yeah, if you have an account with Zoom. Again, ang one thing lang I don't like about Zoom is that may bayad kasi yung may bayad yung storage kapag nag-exceed ka na sa storage. Ang mahal ng singil ng Zoom. In fact, for the month of September, I didn't know kasi nag-exceed na tayo ng storage dun sa mga video materials natin. Every excess pala, every MB, my corresponding rate. So I receive an invoice for the month of September. I think nasa close to 5,000 pesos. Only because we were not able to delete old recording. So mahal ang Zoom. Unlike again Loom, kung nag-premium ka, I think less than 1,000 or maybe a little more than 1,000. Pero hindi siya, for me, hindi siya ganun kamahal compared to Zoom. So try nyo explore yan. And then one last note from me is that attend a lot of interviews, right? Kahit ano, basta ma-interview kayo, just to get the hang of, difficult questions, right? It makes you more confident, and it would also make you know yourself even better, right? Like sometimes kasi when we're asked a question of what are your weaknesses, what are your strengths, those are really difficult questions, to be honest, right? Because you don't really know what your weaknesses are. You don't really know what your strengths are, because sometimes we have self-biases, right? And sometimes we deny on ourselves what our own weaknesses, right? It's so hard to admit our own flaws, right? But if you come to a point where you love yourself regardless of who you are, what you are, you would not be ashamed to share to people what your weaknesses are, because each one of us has a weakness, right? We just know what that is, and we need to tell that to other people, especially the people that who care for us, because if they know that that's our weakness, they would not demand that from us. We would be able to set the right expectation with the people that we're working with. Like, for example, I am so disorganized, right? Or I am very forgetful. So I'm setting the expectation that I could forget your name, or I could forget this stuff, right? So you would not expect me to remember everything, right? So again, that's a point where, I would also like you to be comfortable with, right? When you're asked what are your weaknesses are, it comes from the heart, not from here, right? Because it would also show, right? Someone who has discernment nag-interview sa inyo and then ask you, hey, Chris, what do you think are your weaknesses? And what are you good at? Right? And you talk to them as a person, right? Not someone who's trying to impress, not someone who's, trying to project a better person than who you actually are, right? And you only get to do that if you practice a lot, right? So practice going through interviews, and then we can even do mock interviews if you want, right? That's one thing I would really love to do, right? We can do mock interviews during our live sessions. Like, I can ask you questions, and then I can act as an interviewer and then you as an interviewee, and then at one point you can become an interviewer, I am an interviewee. Would not that be fun? Right? Like how to navigate an interview. Maybe we should have that, right? What do you think? Or show videos of an actual interview. Willing kayo mag-share ng actual experience of an interview? Or maybe privately, right? What I like to do maybe is like you guys recording of your interview, and then we can hop on a private session, and then you can ask me what I think about that interview, right? And then maybe I can also share the same thing. Like I can share some, I don't think maghanap ako sa Loom ng mga recording ko ng interviews, and maybe I can share this to some of you, and then you can critique me as well, right? I'm open to that, right? I mean, we should be open to critiques, feedbacks, because that's how we will grow. And with that said, 9:10, grabe, no? Bilis ng oras. 1:07 pa rin tayo dito. It's a Thursday night. Grabe, one more day and it's gonna be weekend again. Grabe, ang bilis ng October. Diba? October 16 na. And before you know it, it's already end of the year and it's another tax season. But it means opportunity for most of you. Opportunity because November, December, guys, that's hiring season. Even January, hiring season yan ng mga tax preparers. Because that's tax season. So let's, let's start learning and you guys keep polishing yourself. And yung Saturday, Sunday natin, think of ways that we can use it for other stuff, not just tax. Maybe that's a time when we can do soft skills training as well, right? Yung mga interview session, we can invite people who are good at optimizing their LinkedIn profile. Maybe we can invite Coach Yan to give a talk about, things that she does at Accounting Peoples, anything, right? That could help us grow and be employee ready and soon employer ready, right? Kasi sa tax, pwede kayong maging employer, right? Pwede kayong maging employer. Like once you learn tax, you become a tax practitioner yourselves. You're in a position to get bookkeeping clients, tax preparer clients directly, hindi yung firm na. Then by that time, once you have so much more on your plate, then you can start hiring people to help you, diba? So hindi lang employee, but can be an employer as well. All right, we can do QBO during Sundays or Saturdays. Yeah, good suggestion, QBO. Panel of interview. Ganyan sa applyan ko after college, BPO siya. Second interview yun. Nasa table lahat ng applicants. Tapos one by one, kaya interview, marinig yung answer mo sa ibang applicants. Oh, wouldn't that be nice? Sino dito kinakabahan pag interviews? Raise ng hands. Walang kinakabahan dito pag interviews. Ako guys, I get excited with interviews actually. I get really, really excited pag interview. Feeling ko celebrity ako. Diba? Like, basta, I feel like most of the time, pag ini-interview ako parang, kasi ina-approach ko kasi yung interview not as, na nag-a-apply ako ng work. No, it's getting to know period. So, but I never get there din naman. I did not get at that point na naging comfortable ako sa interview in an instance, 'di ba? Nakwento ko na yung kwento ko sa inyo. Nag-practice ako, ginawa ko yung hobby ang pag-i-interview and I feel like you should do the same. Maraming opportunities for interviews, guys, 'di ba? Sa online jobs PH, ang dami doon. Patulan niyo yung mga mga rate na basta mga lowball na rate, not for the employment purpose, but to get the interview. Right? Yun lang. Mas maganda kasi yung you're in an interview na you have nothing to lose. Right? Because you are more of yourself. 'Di ba? Kasi kung ang interview mo, iniisip mo ma-hire ba ko hindi dito, marami kang kino-consider, right? And just go to the interview and you like me or you don't like me, I don't care. If you like me, then it's good. If you don't like me, then I will go with another interview. You know what I mean? So that should be the approach, right? So that you be comfortable with an interview. And then in an interview, ask questions. Don't just wait for people to ask you questions. You ask questions during an interview. Para hindi siya magmukhang interview. It's more of a conversation, right? You want to get to know me. I also want to get to know you because it's not just me wanting to work for you, or it's not just you looking for someone to work for you. You would also need to consider if that someone wants to work for you, right? Like, why would I want to work with your firm, right? Like, what's the culture in your firm? What hours are you usually working? How do you like? I remember Kelly asking Sam, and nung nag-live tayo, yung question ni Kelly was, how do you handle mistakes? And for me, that was an excellent question, right? Asking someone like a prospect employer, a question like, how do you handle mistakes? Right? Would give you an insight of the kind of person that you're going to be working with. Right? Anyways, we will talk more interview questions. Baka may HR dito, di ba? Or recruiter, di ba? Mag-ano nga kayo, mag-invite kayo ng mga resource. I'm sure marami kayong mga networks dyan, di ba? We can use Saturday, Sundays. Sige, Ma'am Sean, sabi niya, we can use QBO on Saturdays and we can have Sundays. Like, any Sundays. And maybe we can even have like success Sundays. Yung mga nag-succeed na sa kanilang tax preparation, may employer na sila or may client na sila. O, di ba? We can use that. Para very light lang yung discussion on that day. Right? Mga nag-raise ang hands, is it because you were answering the question I had earlier or you have may question talaga kayo? Kasi kung wala na, I think we can call it a day. It's been a good run. Tomorrow, I don't know, Kelly, what's your plan? You can still meet here. I would not meet you tomorrow because I'll prepare slides for the overview and then I would plan to take some rest as well. Because Saturday would be the overview and Sunday another rest for me because we'll be with you Mondays to Friday starting next week. Okay, and then don't forget, guys, to share the promotional materials that we have on the page. And yeah, see you guys on Saturday. If you have questions, Telegram. Okay.
Thank you, Sir Chris.
Thank you, guys. You all have a good
Thank
night.
you.
Thank you.
Tomorrow,
Bye-bye.
tomorrow, prepare na
Thank
po ba
you.
yung
Thank you.
magpa-present bukas?
May EA review ba, Shawnee?
Done na
Tapos
po
na po yung
kami.
individual.
Done na
Wow.
kayo?
Done.
Wow.
Magre-review
Ready na
daw
for the
ulit.
exam?
Minadali namin para business na yung ano namin. Para
Concentration. Concentration
Ah,
is
okay. Good. Tapos tulungan niyo ako tulungan niyo ako mag-draft ng mga questions for the Kahoots Daily. I think what I would like to do is mag-share ako ng G-sheet tapos pipick up ako ng mga questions doon. Right?
Sige, I will send some questions.
Pero hindi lahat kasi 'di ba baka ano yung iba
Okay.
dito ma-Hall of Fame na for the rest of the diba? But it would help like I can capture one question from one person and then question from another person para makasave ng time. Right?
Chris, may
Okay.
tanong pala kanina si Mother, hindi nabasa.
Ay, sorry
Yung
Ano yun?
certification, kung 3 daw po yung certification.
Yes. So it will be 3 certification. One for bookkeeping, one for individual tax prep, and the other one for business tax prep. So, yes. Kasi 3 courses yun din sa Kajabi, yung ano natin. Okay. Kasi may iba na gusto lang individual tax prep. Yung iba naman gusto in business tax prep. Tapos pag exam kasi, mahirap ihalo yung individual at saka business kasi they're so different. Lorraine, may question?
Yung sa
sige po.
question sa tax, kanino ko isesend? Kay Kelly o sa'yo?
Mag-create ako ng G-sheet for that, Ma'am Sean. And
Sige.
then, ilagay niyo na lang doon. Or wait
Yung
lang, hindi pa
questions.
dapat pala privately. Kasi makikita ng iba.
Oo nga eh.
Oo nga.
Kayo na lang po. Share niyong dalawa.
Hindi kami sasali kasi kami, sasagot kami ng exam.
Oo nga
Meron
eh.
pa kasi ako na, bukod kasi
Pagsasali si
sa,
Cherry.
Sayang yung price.
Cherry.
Expect na ta.
oo, bukod
Hindi
kasi
ako
sa
sasali kasi
grind,
malalaman ko yung sagot. Si Mother,
Bukod
hindi
kasi
naman
sa-
kasi siya mag-e-exam kaya pwede siya gumawang questions.
bukod kasi sa grind,
Parating
meron pa
winner
akong
si
isang
Cherry pag
pagkukuhanan
nagkataon.
ng questions.
Nag-subscribe ka din sa ibang test bank, Ma'am Sean? Kasi I remember...
Ano kasi yon yung, anong tawag doon? Yung may kasama, ano tawag sa, nakalimutan ko na.
3D?
Package.
Package.
Ay, yung package na yon hindi nare-review ni na Cherry, yung ka-package noon. Kaya pwede ako doong magbigay sa'yo ng question.
I love that. I'm excited, actually. Grabe kayo ha, ayaw niyo pang umalis.
Kulang pa, kulang pa.
Nakulangan.
Ngayon si
Aray ko.
Tanda ng Gcash.
Kanina pa nagpapaalam si Chris.
Message ako
Pero at least na
Gusto na mag-start eh.
ano na?
Gusto na natin mag-umpisa kagad.
Wag muna.
Na-miss namin si Chris.
Meron pa akong research. Meron akong research job actually. Kelly, nakita mo yung chat ni Isaac sa Slack. He wants to know about ano yun? PTE, yung assault election pala. Yung SALT election. Hindi ko rin alam yun. I-research ko pa. Yeah, it's an advanced research that I need to prepare. SALT parity pala. SALT parity election. Yeah. Anyways.
Night na talaga.
Totoong paalam na.
Wala kasi tayo yung tax, kaya
Namiss ka
Marami-
daw ng lahat kasi Chris.
Na-
For how many
Sanay-
days na wala?
Sanay kayong may
Bye,
event
guys. Para mabawasan na. Bye, guys.
Oo nga, Oy, mag-join ba kayo sa anyone who's thinking of traveling to Bohol on the 8th of December?
Yes.
Sino nag-yes?
Sabay
Mark?
ganun, yes.
Chris?
Mary
Yeah.
Merry
Chris.
Chris.
Walang ano yan. Walang problema yan.
O malapit lang yan si Chris. Sabay na siguro ang magbakasyon sa Ormoc.
Diretso na ako sa Ormoc after.
Ormoc ka pala kasi.
Oo,
May-
umuwi kasi talaga ako pag December.
And single, di ba? No.
Married pero no kids. Kaya I'm free always.
Kaya.
Kaya.
Ito din si Marie Chris, will travel din to, no? You've been to Europe and you've been to the
Yes
kanta yun?
po.
You've been to paradise but you've never been to me. Charet.
Yeah.
Have you been to the US, Chris?
Po.
Have you been to the US?
Not yet, pero naka-pipeline siya sa akin. Sana.
Madali ka na lang mag-US visa kasi marami nang tatak yung passport mo eh.
May Shenzhen visa ako dati.
Ay
Pero
na.
dito guys, may US visa. Any one of you may US visa. Ikaw, Ma'am Sean, may US visa ka, no?
Japan.
Ano lang po,
Sa
Japan
profile.
lang.
Chris.
My dream. Kaya ako nagwo-work pa, makatravel din. Habang kaya pang maglakad.
Naka-raise hand pala si Joanne.
Joanne, go ahead.
Joanne, naka-raise hand ka.
Wala. Si Aya, nag-raise hand din.
I am.
Baka tinatanong ko sino may US visa, kaya nag-raise hand.
Before,
Okay. Si Aya may US visa. At saka si Joanne.
Once expired na po before.
Sayang.
Pero pag expired, anong visa yun, Aya?
Ano lang, tourist visa lang po. So,
Single entry?
yes, for 1 month only.
Pero at least kung mayroon ka ng existing ata, pwede mabilis na lang mabilis na lang apply ng multiple. Kasi maganda mag-take ng EA exam sa US talaga. Kasi pwede mong i-take whenever you're ready.
Yan. Take daw kayo EA sa US. Sabi ni mother.
Sino dito? Kayo, Marie Chris, mag-US kayo. Tapos itaon nyo ng summer.
Usapan
Kaya-
namin ni Marie Chris, Japan eh. Gusto nila Japan.
February ba yung usapan nyo? Kasi
August.
February,
August
August
sana.
next year. Ano yan sa August, sa Japan yung August? Is it malamig? Is it summer?
Summer po. Summer, ang init.
Ay, ang init.
Summer.
summer.
Pero hindi naman ganun kainit doon. Hindi kagaya sa atin dito, di ba?
I think August is nice. I've never been to Japan and I would wanna take the bullet train. So talagang I don't know. Parang
Hindi
dati
pa
ko
ako
pang
nakakapag-bullet train.
Baka pag nag-Japan ka, Chris, balik-balikan mo. Parang si Mama.
Oo nga daw eh. A lot of people that I know,
Ang
they
ganda
love Japan.
talaga. Hindi nakakasawa. Kasi ang dami mo talagang pupuntahan, hindi ka mauubusan. Dami.
I wanna go
So, Mami
to.
Shoni, 1 week tayo doon?
Oh, more than.
More than. Ay, bongga.
But it's
Kulang
Japan.
ang
Bitin ang 1 week.
Expensive.
Bitin
Kulang
ang
Ang
1
bitin
week.
daw, 2 weeks.
Yes.
Sa bagay,
Ando si
nung
Chris to support you. Yung mga
sa
mag-e-exam.
bagay, Mami Shoni, nung nag-Europe kami, almost a month kami doon. Kasi sa
Oo.
dami mo pupuntahan, di ba? Lahat ng Schengen visa, kung pwede mo lang
Ang schedule,
puntahan lahat, puntahan mo eh.
schedule kasi namin China next year. Shanghai.
Oh, I
Maganda
like
Shanghai.
China.
Nakapag-Shanghai na ako.
7 years old nung apo ko, doon magse-celebrate daw ng birthday.
Oh, wow.
Hindi na
Oh.
maghahanda.
I've
Dadalhin
never
na
been
lang
to
daw sa
China.
Dati wala
Disneyland.
sa ano ko yung Shanghai, ay yung China, wala sa bucket list ko kasi iba yung perception ko sa kanila iba. Tapos nung mapunta ako doon, alam mo nagbago yung ano ko kasi Shanghai yung ano
Maganda daw.
namin yung pinuntahan
Maganda
namin.
daw.
Maganda, malinis. Alam mo yun, ang inisip ko dati madumi, ganyan. Tapos yung mga tao ganito, ganyan. Hindi, nagbago yung perception ko nung nakapunta ako. 2 beses ako nakapunta doon eh. Shanghai.
Yun nga, yung friend ni Cherry bumalik pa nga eh.
After
What
6
about
months lang.
What about the language to China? Is it not difficult to go around with people not speaking
They are
English?
they are not English speaker, but meron naman mga translator. Like for example, kung if you really need a translate, merong app na pwedeng mag-translate or sila na mismo magta-translate kasi meron silang app na translator. Sabihin mo lang kung gusto mo sabihin and then ita-translate na doon sa translator nila. Pero ang advice ko pag magpunta ng China, may itinerary ka na. Tapos alam mo na dapat lahat ng pupuntahan mo kasi yung mga signage doon. As in wala talagang
yeah.
English. So struggle talaga 'yon. So kung prepared ka bago magpunta doon, that much better.
Correct.
Ganyan din sa Korean, no? Pag mag-i-English ka, sasabihin, English, English. Sino dong kakausap na nag-i-English? Walang
Hindi
kakausap
naman
sa'yo
na
pag nag-i-English.
hindi naman ako masyadong nahirapan sa Korea kasi nung tour guide naman namin doon, multilingual siya. So wala akong masyadong barrier sa
Siguro
sa
pag
Korea.
namamasyal ka na, I mean, pagka nandun ka na, for example, like yung sa ano ba yun, yung parang, ano ba yun nila, yung amusement park. So maraming mga ano doon. Tapos hindi na namin alam saan ba yung main gate. Sabi namin, where's the main
Okay.
gate? English, English. Tapos pinapatype sa atin sa cellphone, tinype ko. Yung entrance, hindi nila makuha ko. Main gate, di pa rin nila maintindihan. Talagang may language barrier. At least
Language
tayo mga
barrier.
Pinoy, marunong tayo mag-English kahit
Yes.
paano, kahit barok pa yan.
True. Kahit sa China, kasi kahit sa airport ng China, hirap silang mag-English doon. May mga translator silang application na pinapaano nila. Parang sabihin mo lang gusto mo sabihin, tapos translator nila dun sa cellphone. Tapos sa kanila sasabihin naman. Tapos yung response nila, ipakita nila sa'yo via text. Ganun.
So si Joanne may B1, B2. Joanne, sa ano ka na magte-take ka ba ng EA? Nakamute ka, Joanne. Multiple entry naman ata ang B1, B2, di ba?
Social, may 10-year
Suggest
visa, multiple entry.
Saan
Ikaw ba,
saan
Chris?
ang,
Multiple entry, 10-year visa din yung sa'yo?
saan ang testing
Oo.
center sa
Mhm.
US? Anong state?
Marami. Per state. Per
Hmm,
state may testing center. Maraming Prometrics doon. Sa
California
LA
kasi
nga ang
yung California, ayun, LA nga yata yung pamangkin namin.
Sa LA ang dami po sa LA. Ikaw ng parang 4 ata. And then ang kagandahan kasi kapag doon, yung experience ko was like may time kang i-book. Pero if you come early, they can accommodate you early din. You can start early. Pag sa Korea, medyo strict sila. Kung yung time mo, doon lang talaga ikaw mag-show up doon sa testing center. Maghihintay ka talaga.
Hmm.
Yung experience ko doon sa Korea was that yan din, language barrier. Tapos yung mga signage hindi English. Tapos wala silang Google Maps, 'di ba? Iba yung Google Maps ng Korea, minsan hindi mo maintindihan. So ginawa ko para to make sure na hindi ako mawala. Pinuntahan ko muna yung testing center the day before my actual exam para alam ko kung saang building, ano yung route na iti-take ko if magpa-public transport ako. So nung una, pagpunta ko, akala ko hindi yun yung nandun sa address kasi as in walang tao. As in super walang tao. Tapos parang pa nga siyang kulungan eh. Tapos magtatawag ka, magdo-doorbell ka,
Oo,
wala
tama.
talagang walang sasagot sa'yo. And then, ni-research ko, yun talaga yung address. So sabi ko, baka walang tao that day. So kinabukasan, pagpunta ko,
Mm.
sinabihan ko yung girl na nagkasa sa akin, sabi ko, I was here yesterday. Were you closed yesterday? Sabi niya, we were here. We saw you, but you didn't have an appointment. So, hindi nila ako walang nag-entertain sa akin kasi wala akong appointment. So, ganun sila ka-straightforward. Like,
Mm.
doorbell ako, alam nilang walang appointment on that time. Walang lumabas. So, di ba? Ayun, kaya pala.
Malapit siya sa malapit siya sa Myeongdong. Myeongdong.
Hindi. Ibang route
Malayo.
yung ano. Oo. I
Anong,
think I
anong
had to
address
take
niya?
basta malayo siya sa city pero kaya naman ng public
Hmm,
transportation. But
Oh.
on
Train.
the way there, from where I stayed, nag-taxi na lang ako para hindi ako malate. Pero on my way home, ginaya ko naman nag-bus tapos nag-train at the same time. I mean, after, yung second round, train. Ang maganda naman sa
Mm.
Korea kasi very well connected naman yung kanilang public transportation. Pero yun nga
Agree.
lang,
Train.
yung map nila, hindi ako sanay gamitin. Kasi the reason why they don't have Google Maps is they had to develop their own. Kasi di ba may unfriendly neighbor sila. So they don't want their maps on public domain. Kasi baka
Okay.
biglang mag-send ng package ang North Korea sa kanila.
Sa Taiwan nga ganun din, nakakatakot din.
Talaga? Natakot ka sa Taiwan, mommy?
Ay hindi
I find
naman.
it, sa Taiwan, sobrang sobrang na-impress din ako sa kanila kasi aside dun sa transportation ng mga connecting, ano sila, parang walang pickpocketer, parang gano'n. Tapos
Hmm.
malinis.
Yeah, ang Taiwan wala na tayong visa doon. So I think that's
Madaling
one
pumunta
place
doon,
I
walang
also
visa.
wanna go to. Kasi sa Cebu, ang
Dati
daming direct.
dati ang, naabutan ko sa Taiwan may visa pa, parang last batch ata kami na may visa, pagkatapos nun wala ng visa. Sabi ko, "Lintik, kung kailan tayo nakapagkuha na ng visa saka naman mag-announce na wala ng visa."
Guys, chikahan lang kayo ha. If you wanna stay here, just stay. I will stay, pero I'll stay on mute. Work muna ako. Arnold, sabi mo, need ako ng research assistant. Tulungan mo nga ako mag-research ng ano ba itong sinasabi ni...
Si Arnold, ang daming baon yan.
Oo nga, feeling ko din, ang dami nitong
ChatGPT lang yun. Nag-jokes ChatGPT.
ChatGPT lang ba? Sabi ko, ang daming baon nito ni Arnold. May post na
Sige nga, diba, aralin
Minomodify
kayo
ko
natin.
lang para mag-suit sa taste ng Pinoy.
Sige, search nga natin tong together ngayon para sabay na tayo mag-research din. If you guys may time pa kayo Hindi pa kayo maalis Search nga natin itong salt
May nag-post na
parity
somebody.
election.
Meron na sa chat, meron kanina, parang meron na nag-start.
Ng salt parity election?
Oo, parang may nakita ko.
The state of Colorado.
For the state of Colorado.
Si
And
Si King
California.
magaling mag-research din yan eh.
Oo,
Sige,
dami
King,
alam
present.
yan si King.
May AI na yata yan sa utak niya. Auto-research.
Ang salt kasi is state allowable, ano ba yun, salt? Basta something to do with state tax limit na deduction.
Sabi dito, di ba, the SALT Party Act SB 12-124 allows partnerships and S corporations to make an annual election that will be subject to Colorado income tax at the entity level. Nandito. And the election made by the partnership or S corporation is irrevocable and is it binding or binding? Binding on all of its partners or shareholders, except the election does not apply to any partner that is unitary C corporation with an election partnership. So may bago na naman pala sila. This started way back kailan? 2018?
2017.
Or 2017?
2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act.
Okay.
Ang SALT
Hindi
kasi
makaalis
is
nag-research.
ginagawa tong tax strategies kasi 'di ba if you are in the individual tax prep na course, ang itemized deduction pagdating sa taxes is maximum of 10,000, 'di ba? Do you still remember that? So 10,000 yung maximum na deduction.
Yes, 10,000 yung deduction cap.
Oo, so state taxes, that means real estate property taxes, sales taxes, anything above that, you cannot deduct anymore. So that's at the federal level. Pero sa state level, gumawa sila ng paraan to get away with the SALT limit. SALT stands for state and SALT? State and local tax. So what they did was that yung 1065 na return at saka 1120S, these are business returns, otherwise known as pass-through entities.
Yes,
pass-through because as an entity, they are not taxed, right? So the income from that entity will pass through to the owner by way of a K1. So the K1 statement, supporting tax document. So what businesses do is that at the state level, merong 36 states in the US, diba? 50 states sila. May 36 states that allow pass-through entity to avoid the salt cap. Again, yung pagsabing salt cap, that means a 10,000 limit, right? So what they do at the state level, pwedeng magbayad ng tax ang taxpayer, right? So that tax that was paid at the state level will become a business deduction, right? Will become a business deduction on the business, will become a business deduction so that it lowers the income of that entity. So, for example, 100,000 yung income, right? 100,000 yung income nung business, and this business is based in California, for example. So 100,000, that 100,000, kung S-Corp yan, and there's only one owner, that entire 100,000 will be taxable to the owner in full, right? The 100,000. Tapos on the personal side niya na deduction, 10,000 lang yung limit, right? And minsan pa nga hindi pa umaabot sa yung kanyang itemized deduction, hindi pa lumalagpas sa standard deduction. So with SALT, pwedeng magbayad si taxpayer ng tax sa business niya. Like for example, magbayad siya ng state tax sa California ng 30,000, right? So that 30,000 is a business deduction. So ngayon, ang magiging net income na lang ng business niya is 70,000, right? Because minus the 30,000 na business tax. So yung 70,000 becomes taxable at the personal level, right? And then yung 30,000 would also become a credit on the state return. So effectively, para siyang ganito, kung walang SALT party o walang SALT wait lang, ano nga, dito ba si Andre? Wala si Andre. So ano nga yung tax na binabayaran nila? PTE pala. Pass-through entity tax. So yung 30,000 is called the PTE tax or the pass-through entity tax. If we go back to our 100,000 na example, yung 100,000 is an income both at the federal and the state level. Right? So itatax yan ni federal, itatax din yan ni California, yung buong 100,000. Right? But kung nagbayad si taxpayer ng 30,000 na tax kay California, yung 70,000 would only be taxable, only the 70,000 will be taxable at the federal level, right? At the federal level. Tapos sa state level, yung 30,000 na binayad ni taxpayer sa California is already applied to whatever tax due he owes at the California level. You know what I mean? So sa California, wala masyadong benefit, but on the federal side, malaki, right? Because it reduces the taxable income from 100 to 70K, right? So this is something that the OBB bill, I think for that, the big beautiful bill by Obama, what they actually, I think it's approved already, no? So from 10,000, I think effective 2025, tax year 2025, ni-raise nila yung limit sa SALT from 10K, naging 40K na. Right? So you will start seeing that on the next year's tax return, na yung state state taxes deduction will now be capped at 40,000. So, bakit ginawa ng federal yan? Para mabawasan yung mga PTE, right? Yung mga people who wanna go around the SALT limitation hindi na nila need magbayad ng pass-through entity tax at the state level. Kasi ngayon, ang nagbe-benefit isang state, hindi yung federal. You know what I'm saying? So, of course, Trump would want the federal to benefit from the tax legislations. So I think that's the premise of what the OBB did in respect to SALT. That's my understanding. You guys have anything to add? Arnold, what's your email? My email is chris.ayade@gmail.com. States offering SALT parity elections. As of 2025, 36 states and New York City have enacted pass-through entity levels tax elections. States that have not enacted SALT parity legislations include Pennsylvania, Delaware, North Dakota, Vermont, Maine. Each state has different rules regarding state rates or tax rates, eligible entities, and credit mechanisms. Yeah, so usually, these are done by big yung mga big huge income earners na mga businesses. Hindi to common sa mga small earners. Kasi most of them, yung mga nagsisimula pa lang sa business, yung mga S-corp nila, yung mga partnership nila ay a losing business, right? They use the business to incur paper losses. But if you encounter yung mga taxpayers na hundreds of thousands na yung income nila sa S-corp, sa partnerships nila, this is one way they can minimize their taxes. And for you guys, this is one thing you want to know, especially if yung target nyo ay direct taxpayers. Because now that you know, especially kung nagbo-bookkeeping kayo, kaya gusto ko nga i-target talaga sa business tax prep na course natin, yung mga bookkeepers. Kasi you have the insight already on the financials nung client who you're doing books for, right? So kung nakikita niyo nag-100,000 na yung net income ni client niyo, alamin niyo na ano ba tong taxpayer, anong klaseng taxpayer ba tong client niyo? Are they S-corp? Are they a partnership? Or are they Schedule C? Right? Or disregarded entity? Kasi your client may be missing out on a lot of tax strategies. Right? So imagine you kung 100,000 na yung net income niya tapos naka-S-corp yan, naka-Schedule C yan. Ang laki ng nami-miss out niyang tax savings. Kasi pwede siyang mag-elect na to an S-corp. Kasi pag S-corp, hindi na siya subjected to the 15.3 self-employment tax. Right? So, tapos, yeah, yun yung unang-unang magbe-benefit siya. And then, yun din, sa SALT. Kung naka-base yung client niyo sa California, Colorado, or yung any other of the 36 states, pwede niyong sabihin na why not pay state taxes, which would become a business expense, and that could lower your federal taxable income, right? And I feel like these are the things that a lot of bookkeepers are not able to provide more value sa kanilang mga bookkeeping clients because they don't know, right, to begin with. Right? But if you're a bookkeeper and you know tax preparation, you can become a very valuable asset to your client kasi you can save them thousands in taxes, right? And that savings in taxes, it can be something that you can ask for a percentage as a raise, right? Or you can revisit your engagement. Now, instead of this rate na hourly, why not package your services as a monthly engagement, right? hindi per hour, but on an engagement basis, right? Like you're my client, you instead of an hourly basis, let's do a monthly retainership, right? So where you pay me maybe 200, 300 bucks a month, and then maintain your books. I'll make sure that the tax strategies are implemented or are observed, right? And I provide you insights on your books. And then at the end of the year, I'll prepare your tax return, right? So, and ano pang benefit nun? Kung kayo yung bookkeeper, kayo pa yung tax preparer, the benefit of that is a timely filing of the tax return. Kasi if natatapos niyo yung books on time, no reason for the taxpayer to file an extension on March 15. Kasi most of the time, nag-file lang naman ng extension yung mga business owners kasi hindi nila kayang mag-file ng March 15 deadline kasi mga books hindi pa ready. Right? Hindi pa ready yung books. And then, ang repercussion kasi noon, kung hindi pa ready ang books, so nag-file ng extension ang business, naturally, mag-file din ng extension yung personal returns nila. Kasi yung personal return is due on April 15. Right? So, again, business owner sila, yung K1 nila, hindi pa magiging ready by April 15. Right? So, again, yung value proposition nyo dyan is that other than tax strategies is timely completion of your tax returns. You can make sure that the books are done by first week of January. Preparation is business tax return preparation is done by the end of January, and then early pa lang ng February na prepare na yung personal tax return. Right? And then if the personal tax returns are prepared on time, pag may refund yan si client, that means nakuha niya yung refund niya on time, nagamit niya sa business niya, right? That can help his cash flow. And another thing that you can ask or you can provide as a value sa client niyo is that if you're closely monitoring their books and their tax returns, posible kasing hindi na magbayad si taxpayer ng estimated tax. Kasi what happens is, pag sumobra yung mga estimated taxes na binabayad ni taxpayer sa IRS, they're essentially paying, they're actually essentially lending the government money interest-free. So, instead of magamit ni business owner yung cash niya for working capital dun sa business niya, pinahiram niya pa effectively sa IRS, di ba? Or sa government, interest-free. So that means there was a huge opportunity lost there. So again, itatie up niyo yung services niyo as a bookkeeper and a tax preparer and how you will approach that as a value proposition to your client so that then you can package your services at the best rate possible. Best rate for your client and best rate for you. Hindi ka hourly binabayaran because again, you are on an per engagement basis, right? Thank you, Cherry. For those who want to leave, yeah, you're free to go naman. I need to go then by siguro 10:30 kasi mag-huddle kami. But yeah, that's for the salt parity. Thank you, Arnold. I saw your email. I'll look into that. But marami na ba sa inyo dito nagbo-bookkeeping na or may mga individual bookkeeping clients already? Ang maganda kasi din sa bookkeeping is that you can get bookkeeping clients pretty much everywhere, right? Upwork, Online Jobs PH, LinkedIn, right? And you don't have to tie yourself up with a kung sa Upwork yan, hindi mo kailangang i-tie up yung sarili mo sa per hour na engagement. Again, you can package your services as a bookkeeper doing retainership, right? But then, how you can compete, because nga ang bookkeeping na niche is very saturated, right? Very, very saturated ang bookkeeping. How do you want to distinguish yourself or how do you want to make yourself stand out amongst competition? Sabihin mo, ikaw lang yung bookkeeper na may alam sa tax. right? You're a bookkeeper who know tax strategies. So, for example, if I'm gonna be approaching an interview with a prospect bookkeeping client, I would tell that client, when did you file your last year's tax return, both business and personal? Sabihin niya, middle of June, July, and you would ask a follow-up question. Why do you think that was the case? Sabihin niya na ngayon, hindi kasi natapos yung books on time. So this is where you will come in, right? So in anything naman, before kayo mag-present ng value proposition, you need to know what are the ongoing problems ni taxpayer, right? Or ng client niyo. Bakit siya naghahanap ng bookkeeper, right? And naghahanap niya ng bookkeeper probably because bagong business, right? Or tinanggal niya yung papalitan niya yung existing niyang bookkeeper kasi hindi siya happy. So kung hindi siya happy, tanungin niyo bakit, right? So kung hindi ka happy, bakit? Delay ba yung books mo? Unhappy ka sa services? Mali-mali yung books, or untimely yung pag-provide ng books, then that's where you will come in, right? So tanungin nyo, ano ba mga pain points ng bookkeeping clients? And then usually bookkeepers, they're not necessarily trained for taxes. So again, that's where you will come in. How will you differentiate yourself from others na walang alam sa tax? May alam ka sa tax, you can prepare the tax return for that client, right? And most of the bookkeeping firm, what they do is they engage the bookkeeping client on a monthly basis. Tapos they make the tax return preparation for free, right? So if I'm your bookkeeper, you can pay me $100 or $200 a month, and then I'll have your business and tax return preparation for free, right? That's a really good value proposition. Or if you want to do on the premium side, you can say, we can or I can provide you tax strategies, right? So I know about SALT parity, I know about PTE, right? Or I can help you transition from a Schedule C filer to an 1120S. Or I can even help you set up an LLC, you know? So these are things that, you know, a businessman would love to hear, right? Anything that could help them minimize their taxes is good for them. At saka, mahal ang tax strategies sa US, guys. Super mahal. Thousands of dollars ang charges ng mga tax strategists. But if we can compete, because we don't need to charge that much kasi, you know, relative naman yung cost of living natin, as opposed to or relatively cheaper yung cost of living natin sa US, right? So we can compete in terms of the price, and we can be as competent as our counterparts in the US, right? So this is where, you know, we are headed dito sa borderless accountants. We all become
Recording
not
stopped.
just tax preparers, but also tax strategists, right? And help bookkeepers really transition from merely doing books, but also doing tax. Kasi kung bookkeeping, especially kung like CPA ka, or, you know, masyadong advanced na yung learning mo sa bookkeeping, parang if you're still doing bookkeeping, instead of delegating it to a staff, parang it's not a good use of your time, diba? So what you do kung CPA ka, or medyo familiar ka sa bookkeeping, gather clients, you know, gather as many bookkeeping clients as possible, because it's gonna help you with your cash flow, right? Kasi monthly ang bookkeeping eh. So once you learn the books, alam mo na yung in and outs ng business, you hire someone to do the books, right? So yung gagawin mo lang, review na lang, right? Or not even review. If you're already very confident with the staff that you're hiring, hindi pwede mo nang hindi i-review, right? So the financials can be provided to the client right away. And then gagawin mo na lang is tax preparation. Tapos pag na-master mo na naman yung tax preparation for that client, later on you can do tax strategies, right? So you learn and then you learn to delegate para iba na yung gumawa at ikaw ay ma-free up at you can level up your practice. Right. So, grabe, dami pa natin, 40. Arnold, I saw your email on the salt parity. Let's see. Perplexity. So salt parity election overview and tax about the salt parity election is a state level tax strategy that allows pass-through entities partnership to elect to pay state income tax at the entity level rather than passing the tax liability to the individual owners. This workaround was developed in response to the TCJA of 2017, which capped the state and local tax deduction for individuals at 10,000. Yeah. The Salt Parity Act enables partnerships, S corps, and LLCs taxes pass through to make an annual election to pay state income taxes at the entity level. This election shifts the tax burden from individual partners or shareholders to the business entity itself, allowing the entity to claim an unlimited federal deduction for state income taxes paid, just like C corporations. The election is designed to bypass the 10,000 SALT deduction cap that applies to individual taxpayers, which has been particularly costly for business owners in high tax states. Making the election. So I think this is what I need to know. Kasi parang yearly ata yung election eh. The process for making SALT parity election varies by state, but generally follows these principles. The election must be made annually by the pass-through entity. So per year nga. It is typically made by checking a box on the state income tax return or filing a specific election form. The election is irrevocable once made for that tax year. The election is binding on all partners or shareholders with limited exceptions. Most states require the election to be made by the return due date or by the end of the tax year. Wait lang. Most states require the election to be made by the return due date or by the end of the tax year. So kung, let's say, kung 2025, ang i-elect mong SALT party election, does it mean you need to do the election in 2025 or you do it when you file in 2026? I think that's a question we need to answer. Can you check on that, Arnold? So for 2026 tax return, sorry, for 2025 tax return, when should the entity make the election? Is it in 2025, before the end of 2025, or is it on March 15, 2026, which is the deadline for filing tax return?
Okay.
Because I think we just filed, and I think we need to be specific. Let's search for Colorado and California. Kasi sabi niya dito, which confirmed that the state income taxes paid at the pastoral adele. The entity must make estimate. Where was that? Most states require the election to be made by the return due date or by the end of the tax year. I'm a little concerned kasi nag-file kami ng return yesterday. Tapos in-check ko yung salt party election. When is the
Chris, may nabasa ako dito yung example ng mga states with PTET provisions tied to salt cap that may expire in 2025 kasama yung California, Illinois, Michigan, Minnesota, Oregon, Utah, Virginia. Colorado, hindi ko nabasa.
mag-expire in 2025?
Opo. Yung sa salt cap. Di ba kasi pag 2025, 45,000 na, tapos 2026 onwards plus 1% increase siya, di ba? Tapos babalik ulit in, anong year yun? Babalik ulit sa 10,000 in, anong year ba yun? 2030. Babalik ulit yung cap sa $10,000.
Yun yung ano sa state, no? Sa US ba? Yung mga legislation nila sa taxes may expiration.
Pag ibang nakaupo, iba na naman.
Which is I think good. Nire-revisit nila yung tax legislations nila relevant to the current situation. Ang sa atin kasi, yung iba nga, ilang taon na yung effective, hindi man lang nire-revisit, di ba? It's kumbaga, some of the provisions very outdated. For calendar year pass-through entities, partnership, and S corporation making a 2025 salt parity election, the election must be filed by the entity's original or extended federal tax return due date, March 15, 2026 for calendar year PTEs. Or if extends September 15, 2026, many states mirror this deadline for state-level elections. So timely filing and payment where required by the extended due date is critical to qualify for the 2025 tax year election. Making a 25 election, the election must be filed by the entity's original or extended federal tax return due date. So mag-elect siya. But when is payment due? So kung nag-elect siya ng 2025, nag-elect siya ng 2026 for 2025, kailan siya dapat magbayad ng PTE tax for 2025? Diba? Ihahabol niya sa 2026 or dapat sa 2025 pa lang nakapag-pay na siya ng PTE?
Maano sa kanila per state, no? Kasi minsan it's mandatory and then it becomes elective in another year. Parang like Connecticut, yung PTET niya is mandatory between 2018 to 2023. Tapos magiging elective siya sa 2024. Wala pang nabanggit sa 2025 sa Connecticut. Depende kasi sa state.
Oh, may iba kasi yearly talaga sila nag-update. Kaya minsan nga din isang cause of delay ng preparation ng return is yung tax software mismo. Kasi yung tax software hindi pa na-update. The salt parity election for 2025 tax must be made annually and it's done by checking the applicable box on the entity's Colorado Partnership and S Corporation and composite non-resident income tax return form 10106 when filing the return. If alternatively, the election can be made prior to filing the return by submitting the Salt Parity Act election form. When filing, the election can be made prior to filing the return. The election is binding for the entire tax year and applies for all partners or shareholders of the. This means that for the 2025 tax year, the election should be made with the tax return filing for that year, usually filed in 2026 or earlier by filing Form DR 1705 in advance. The election is irrevocable for the year made and must be done annually for each tax year. The entity wishes to be taxed at the entity level under the Salt Parity Act. Okay. So when is the tax payment need to be made by? So for Colorado Salt Parity Act tax payments for the 2025 tax year, the election is made on the Colorado Partnership and S Corporation return. The tax payment associated with this election is due with the filing of that return. Generally, Colorado Partnership and S Corporation tax returns are due on the 15th day of the fourth month following the close of the tax year, which means April 15 for calendar year filers. Colorado requires quarterly estimated tax payments for entities making the salt parity election. These estimated payments align with the general Colorado income tax estimate payment deadlines, typically April 15, June 15, September 15 of the current tax year, and January 15 of the following. Therefore, tax payments related to the Salt Parity Act election for the 2025 tax year need to be timely estimated and paid quarterly throughout 2025 and early 2026, with the final payment included when filing the annual return by April 15, 2026, or applicable extended date. Missing this deadline can cause penalties and interest. Okay, so the election can happen on the following year when the state return is filed, but the payment has to be made in 2025 as an estimated tax payments. So apat April 15, June 15, September 15, and January 15 of 2026. So if you have a client who will elect salt parity for 2025, pwede pa sila mag-elect ng 2026. Pero that means they would have already made estimated tax payments from one in April, one in June, one in September. Pag wala silang binayarang estimated tax payments on these months, they can make a payment in January 15. Pwede pa silang humabol ng January 15, 2026. So that means if you're offering this tax strategy to your bookkeeping clients, which you will convert to tax prep clients, is that you need to advise them how much estimated tax payments they need to make for the year, right? So kung ngayon nagko-contemplate kayo on offering this to your client for 2026, the election will be in 2027, but the start of the estimated tax payments at the state level will have to be made starting April 15 of 2026, right? Makes sense. Yeah, I have a meeting at 10:30. Then 11. So you guys, meron pa kayong gagawin, you can leave na. Or I can leave na, guys. You can continue to talk here, but I have to go. I'll see you guys on Saturday. And kung may mga pahabol kayong comments, suggestions, anything like that, do let me know. I may go live later, mga 1 a.m. siguro. Sa YouTube. If you guys wanna catch kung gusto niyo, or may mga night owls dito. Hindi naman na masyadong busy, but I'll catch you guys definitely on Saturday. All right, thank you guys. You have a good one.
Thank you.
Thank you for the research assistance. Appreciate you.
End ko na po Good night.